Hello, Globe. Hello, Casey. Globe, I don't understand your messages in chat. Like, what the screenshot means. Like, how did you know the Eagles won? I feel dumb. Loser, hello. Thank you. Welcome. My allergies. I may or may not, like, start falling asleep halfway through this again because I slept like 3 hours last night. It's super inconvenient. I bought a bunch of Eagles party supplies. Ah! Okay. I didn't even, like, my brain went to 4D chess where I was like, is it something where they only ship the winning team? And, you know. KC gonna win? What's KC? Kansas City? Amazon orders. I'm sick again. What'd you eat this time? Stop eating. Please kill me. Stop eating whatever you keep eating. Good morning. Are you all by yourself? Morning, Pearls. The flu. Maybe the stomach flu traveled up to your normal face. Also, I have dumplings again. I'm eating them with my hands like a monster because I don't feel like trying to be a human. I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Did they get in there yet? Like a day, right? She can't be at the inner temple? There's still a person trapped. She's in the prosecutor's lobby. Dumplings, what kind? They're like flat. They're Korean style, which the thing that sucks about that is they're filled with like a lot of noodles. You can see as well. They're very flat, meant for frying specifically. They're like little pockets. Here, I bit it. You can probably look. I don't know if you can see inside fully. Ugh, I'm gonna have to block off some of the light. It's filled with noodles. Those things look like noodles. They're noodles. I don't know why Korean dumplings keep doing this. It's clearly a filler way, you know, back in the day, but you know. Meat is less of a rarity. I'm kind of disappointed by how much noodle this is into pork. I think I'm gonna chill my PJs. If the Eagles win, people scream and shoot down my street. If Eagles lose, people scream and shoot down my street. Philadelphia! I don't know how many years ago, but it was when I was in university, some like 6, 7 years ago, maybe. The person I was dating at the time lived near Philly, was not from Philly, but Philly adjacent. And when it was like when there was a chance of Philly winning, he said, if Philly loses, they're trashing Philly. If Philly wins, they're trashing it worse. And then they won, and it was like a nightmare. And I was like, wow, he got it right. Give me any noodles you don't want. I want grilled cheese. Make your own grilled cheese. The math of grilled cheese is not too bad. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? The prosecutor as you speak. Wasted witness for the prosecution doesn't really fucking matter. Squeezing her for a confession? Gadot? She has been out there all night. Is she trying to get her out? This is very accurate. Are we waiting for them? No, with the head and assistant, naturally. In about 3 hours. Like, this is the thing where Maya might be Dahlia. Are we waiting for Gadot? No, Gadot's coming. Gadot, I don't know if you know, but Gadot is obviously Mia's ex. But his justification for hating Phoenix is the most dog shit, dumbass, women can't be by themselves and in charge reason to hate someone for someone else's death ever. It's so bad. It makes me so angry. Gadot would never come. What a dad meme? What's a dad meme? Why am I an old lady? Like so tomorrow, touche. Same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday? That would be the end of all this. No? Oh. I missed that. It came too naturally. This game was played called Waiting for Gadot, and the spoilers, Gadot never shows up in the play. Oh. Miss Misty Faye. That sucks so hard. They finally found their mother, only for her to be immediately murdered. Like, the mother's been missing for what, 18 years? I guess with the spirit channeling power, no one really dies, but it still fucking sucks. Like, you know your mother's alive and out there somewhere. And then you're like, oh my god, I met her. And then she was immediately murdered. So someone else channeled Dahlia. But it's not Iris, because Iris is in 2 places at once. Could Maya have been forced to summon Dahlia? But that doesn't make sense. But who, Iris doesn't have spirit channeling power, but who has spirit channeling power? Did Donim channel her? But then also why? Because Donim would literally want to kill her own daughter. Pseudonym? Elise Donim. Elise pseudonym is it supposed to be? I probably would have missed it if it was pseudonym. The flying lady. I don't get it. And what that woman is really after. Pearl on the throne! I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Yeah, I'm real confused right now. Usually I can kind of guess or piece together. No idea. It's like, who could have channeled it? Did they make this the sister? Did Bikini channel her? My little brother came to visit me. Scorching fever. That's his little brother. Blonde judge is his brother. I heard Bikini. We'll probably meet Bikini in this trial. Also, Mia's very accepting of the fact that she died. And Gadot is like being a prosecutor and against everything Mia stood for, which I would vote is worse, Gadot. I would vote you're being worse to Mia than Phoenix was. For not, I don't know, stalking her constantly. Against Master Yi. Master Yi is Gadot, is canon confirmed. Too lamely poetic. Mia, why'd you date him? Kinda sucks. Is it because he's kind of hot? Because it might be because he's kind of hot. Confession to make? Is it Dahlia? Did Dahlia take over? No, but she's not a channeler. It might be Dahlia. Dahlia's an evil bitch, and it sucks that Iris is like, but she is still my sister. If she's your sister, that's also an evil bitch. My name's Iris. A simple nun going training at Hazakura Temple. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. Why is she covering for her already dead sister? I did play a part in this terrible incident. Actually confessing? No, I'm not, Your Honor, but I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. Oh shit, he actually showed up. Are you saying we're an accomplice? That's correct. What? Murmur. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice with something. Just happens to be murder this case. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? I didn't just say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Whose crime are you trying to cover up with your actions? By the branch families of the Crane tradition. The main family. I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. Is to protect Maya? For the daughter of the master of the Crane channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. The fact that Pearl just listens to this too is just so awful. Are you ooh-wooing Iris? Iris is supposed to be hot. Hot like Dahlia! Smell the coffee, Trite. Except Dahlia played into it a lot more. Maya? Maya's still currently missing and might be dying, so I think that's... Let's not slander the almost dead woman. You know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry. It's true. Hot woman is my fetish. With the crime from her very own eyes, cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never. So does that mean Iris is evil? But then why did they make Phoenix try to protect her? Never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Someone moved furniture, or is there a thunderstorm? Something vibrated my whole apartment. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. It was self-defense? Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. There's like fought 4 people on this mountain. Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And the person who did go was that woman, Dahlia. Iris even admitted it. The real murderer. Your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed she didn't go? I was in the inner temple training hall. Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. Hearsay. I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. How difficult this is. Is it murder or manslaughter if it's in self-defense? Strike Mystic Maya with her staff. It was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. Perfectly understandable. Doesn't sound right. What happened after that? To a fatal strike. Sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Dagger, huh? And Elise Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Come on. What's the delay? Jesus. Clicked a few times. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. How do you do that? Worcestershire sauce smells nothing like coffee. That's actually more upsetting that you did that. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from the client, lawyer boy? There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? It's your own client. Nevertheless. Just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. What? You should immediately just be like, screw you, go away if you're not gonna listen. Let's continue. We already know this is wrong, because the staff had the knife. Threw her staff away? That's how all Master Yi players are, so full of themselves. Supposed to throw away her staff? That's what I saw. That's all right. And then turn things around, and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Are you absolutely certain? Yes, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. I was gonna get blamed again. You're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Elise Stoneman. Sister Iris, is that really what you saw?
Objection!
What? Doesn't it mean your coffee is bad? Waiting for me to point out contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Inadmissible evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. It's sort of like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Two things! Represent. Maybe he's actually drinking Worcestershire sauce. Mr. Iris, there's something strange about your version of events, huh? Miss Stoneham throwing away her staff makes no sense at all to me. All you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Stoneman really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had this beautiful blade in her hands already. Hello, Trey! What do you have to say?
Objection!
Objection. That was an impressive bit of investigating. Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in the staff, but even so, how should I put this? Long sword is unwieldy, ineffective in close quarters of combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. She tried to kill Maya Fey. Something strange about that. Okay, so there's two problems, right? Save! Save! Ah! Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Stoneman would never attempt to take the life of Mia Fey. what proves that she's the mother? Crane Master. Berserk. She wouldn't kill her own daughter. Save. Load. I don't want to have that load. I don't want to, like, I'd be fine with losing whatever's and taking some hits. I don't want to get it to where if I mess up once, I have to sit through the fail cutscene because it's just too long. Okay, does this say it's her mother? Misty Faye might as well. Okay, fine. She's the mother. Would never have attacked Maya Faye. How can you be so sure? The victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Faye. No, not Mystic Misty Faye. Did she not know that's who they had to kill? She related to Misty Faye is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious? Mothers don't kill their children. That never happens. But I mean, I guess that's gonna work. Is that really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great mystic Misty? Is she gonna be upset by her involvement then? No doubt about it. I just had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, the victim threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling were mother and daughter. When taken together, it's difficult to believe. Ha ha ha! I need to find two. A little thing. So I don't get it. Mothers can kill the children? You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken my first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Gadot, it's not good for you. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. He discovered this little beauty. It has so little blood on it for a full stab wound. There appears to be a little blood on it. A very, very little blood on it. Where'd you find that? You investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Pine tree? Dagger is stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Belongs to the victim, correct? 13th cup? Just kidding. Just Jesus Christ. Don't you only drink 14 cups a day? Pretty sure lawyers are not supposed to do their own independent investigation. Oh, it's all broken. Let's not. Like, to prove that my client is not guilty and should not get killed, it's not good enough to prove that they're not guilty and should not get killed. I have to then find out who did it. And then prove that. Otherwise, even if I completely prove that my person did not do it, they will still be killed for it. Blood test is performed immediately. On the dagger, her testimony will be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. You literally were there for Dahlia's trial! This is the stupidest thing you could ever say, Gadot! You were murdered by Dahlia! God, they just made him a moron! In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Dodged and stole her weapon. Apparently, Mystic Maya's a goddamn ninja. And has no pants on! Why is she not wearing... There's no way in hell that that's just her casual clothing in the middle of winter. I don't care. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise, managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. "17 years. Didn't recognize each other anymore." Maya's like 19, so Maya's like 2. So it is actually fair that she would not recognize her mother. Pretty sure. Yeah, 19. So 17 years ago. Are we standing? This is a very small garden. We might not have continued through battle. Garden stone lantern. From behind? Behind where? Did Maya fade after she was struck? Let's see. Looking for the dagger. Struck the lantern and fell to the ground. Saying Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim. Life was in danger. Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. I think the idea of Maya wearing flip-flops in the middle of winter, in the middle of February, is just silly. Wonder Fox is scared and petrified. You're the one. Okay, whatever. I don't know what you saw. Garden was dark. I really couldn't tell. I couldn't really tell who was who. What? I decided who was in this fight with my mind.
Objection.
In a temple. Is someone killed? I don't think we've come to that yet. Pulled over off the ground, stabbed in the stomach, huh? Was she stabbed in the stomach? Stab in the back. There we go. Stuck in the pine tree. Swung toward the tree after the struggle. Now I think about it. Stare at Mystic Maya for a while. So I'm gonna eat this half-eaten overnight burrito that's been wrapped on the floor. Is it wrapped? Does your floor get heated? If not, sure, why not? Suddenly fell over. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain a contradiction. Let's save. I know this is what the contradiction is. I don't know if this is how it wants me to present it, or the screen, right screen for it. Yeah, go for it. Okay. I didn't protect this into correctly. this page? There we go. Something about you just isn't right today. So I knew the evidence. I just didn't know exactly where to post it. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. The testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Miss Maya Fey was stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? That's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. The victim was stabbed from behind, not in front. Mr. Iris, it appears not a seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ask me. She's lying. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? What? Darkness loves the human mind. Yeah, but I think an ass doesn't look like a face. Generally. The point is, too much of the testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting after being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. How about it? Well, it's just... You naive about the whole thing? You are literally becoming the thing Mia hates. And acting like we're the bad guy here. I don't care about your coffee. Unambiguous about our own bank. I couldn't see clearly. Yeah, which is kind of an issue if you can't see shit. Stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. And the witness has been able to see the crime more clearly. This is Sister Bikini! On the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible. Wick was no good. Really pitch black. So then you can't see shit! Then you don't know what happened! Like, I don't get how it's like a... Well, obviously you can assume who did what. No, you fucking can't. Because guess what? You didn't see garbage. Debated. Here's all the contradictions away. Staff was dropped to be difficult to see. They didn't recognize each other. Isn't that right? We know. If you can't see the testimony's garbage. You couldn't see who did what the whole time. Oh no! That makes your testimony more reliable. No. Goddamn no. Screw this goddamn stupid ass logic. Not lit the night of the crime. What's wrong? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why is it written in blood? Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that yet. Did he not? Gadot should know too. It says Maya. Upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. Mystic Maya didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on the stone lantern behind her with blood that was draining out of her body. Testimony sounds like a load of baloney, perfect for sandwiches.
Objection.
You can, like, literally prove someone's been lying out of their ass. And yet they'll still be like, okay, whatever, I guess. They lied once? Have them testify again. That's accurate. Oh, they lied again? Have them testify a third time. Okay, now that's accurate. No, you can't trust their testimony. They're lying constantly. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I can't see everything. Is that gonna be important? So that's what he meant by that. And obviously an important clue. Crime scene was dark. Victim spelled the message on the stone lantern. Gadot? Okay then, let's move on. Literally shaking and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. Most Stoneman was killed by my FA. That's just wrong. Time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir? You did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. It's Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. The body from the inner temple by myself, dragged it behind me all the way across the dusky bridge. That's pretty strong. Snowmobile. How did she already have the snowmobile there? Is another question though. Use the Shichishido to alter the way the wound looked. How'd she fall? She moved the body. I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Mystic Fae. Zari's the cute innocent girl but committed so much crime. That's Dahlia, her twin sister. Who I guess she's covering for, even though Dahlia is dead. Committed a terrible sin. She killed that person. Just to fate your honor. So Iris is, I think what it is Iris is supposed to be good, but she has a loyalty to her evil twin sister. And is trying to help cover it up. No, Dahlia, we got her sentenced to prison and death. They just kill everyone that's guilty. You're spotted by the head nun, correct? I couldn't go back. What other cross-examination? I'm sentenced to prison. I don't believe you. 9 to 5 job? Yeah? Wait until everything was over before making a move? Not like that. I saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprised she was a little timid. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other. I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Dawned on her what she had done. Significance of Maya Faye. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Expected. Moved her body all by herself? It wasn't for the snow. Surprisingly sturdy despite its age. And that bothers me. I'll just throw the body into the river. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to the Hazakura temple. Cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya? Makes perfect sense for the time being. But Maya's supposed to be locked in, so it doesn't make sense. Maybe that'll show up sooner or later. By the key, I use the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. Did I ask for more details? Yes.
Objection.
Now I've got a problem with the testimony. What are you up to now? That night after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, then she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Let's recall her comments on the subject. What is what thing? It was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. Oh! I was using the wrong one. Thank you. What is this gold for? Contradictions, wouldn't you say? Mr. Gadot, why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Like things being neat and tidy? You think she missed it? don't want to give me a hint. Let's do the other half too. 3 tracks left in the snow. Tracks from the ride. I think they are. Those are tracks. Already stopped. Timing works out. Still say it's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if we stack it up against the other evidence. Like the statement added to the testimony. Wait, what is it? She's killed 11. Snow would have stopped. Time of the murder. The lights out was 10, wasn't it? Why is that word censored? Naughty girl? What do you mean? Snow, huh? Snow had really stopped. Had stopped by the wait. The snow had really stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, there's a bigger hole in our story than the movie, The Grid Revelations. I think my logic is failing me. I'm not sure yet. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. If the snow had... I see. If the snow had stopped, the bridge would already be on fire. I don't think I pressed this one. That's the worst. Thought you were the one who murdered Miss Stoneham. Case has gotten so confusing. So it already stopped. What? It failed. What? Maybe I didn't press everything. All contradictions. That's all true. It already stopped. That's what the tracks were there. The other part wasn't good enough, even though it does show the point I'm making. I have to use newer evidence. This one, it was covered in blood. And this one? What's this photo again? Oh, yeah. And this, I guess, but it wasn't like... Nope. It's literally the fact that the time doesn't work. The orb? I know what it is, but I don't know how it wants me to match it. It has to be this phrase. By the time the merge took place, the snow had already stopped. How do you present the weather report? Did I do it correctly? It's clearly contradictory. The bridge would be on fire. Got it, I got it. It is now faster to just load it again than scroll through all that BS. Dumb drawing. Statement of contradicts evidence. Okay. Is it a different statement? Am I just doing the wrong statement? My bad. Now the weather report. There we go. It's that phrase. Fine. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop till 10:50, but you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge was on fire? You didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. You weren't there! No! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body. Even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Trite. Old man. What? I'm pretty sure he has the power to just kick you out. Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat. We don't care if she's lying. Find out the truth, isn't it right? Snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. The body of Elise Stoneman was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. The head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Stoneman's body. But apparently Elise Stoneman was still moving and alive or some BS. I don't know what this is, like, face is showing. Unless her face was just dead and hanging open in pain, which would be horrifying. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself that night. My memory's still somewhat hazy. Testified this entire time. Are you telling us now your memory might be hazy? Which makes her testimony not unreliable. The bridge already burned down, but somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perfect explanation? Yeah, that's the stupid flying thing. I am in a position to suggest this lady's testimony isn't the truth. I very much prove that. Move the victim's body. Your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Add explanation. No way to move the body. Oh, I skipped it. You know what? Let's just pass it. I have to read it again now. Just a misunderstanding, I see. Morning after. Oh no, I wasn't ready. Burned to a crisp and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing this whole bridge didn't fall. Possible to carry copes in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, I'm gonna do this truth and Mai will be accused of murder. Only human to err. Only humans can spot errors in our ways. Was he helping because Maya's being threatened now? There's no way to move the body. The snow had already stopped when the incident took place. I couldn't have crossed the bridge naturally. I think it's just like Mr. Gadot said. They'd make it cross somehow. I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Okay. Confused, and what's your justification now? Serve yourself. I was wrong. Was the snow still fading or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? No joke, you've been doing a sworn testimony. We could go today. No, but it's been 2 days. Not that easy to remember, is it? Some kind of special day I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood trauma. He's not wrong, but still, youch. Let's see the proof. The body saw across the bridge while it was on fire. Are you saying that there's a way to cross the burning bridge? Would be a way across. Dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Yes! This is such an insane piece of evidence that it obviously immediately you're gonna be like, yes, I have a drawing with a burning body in it! Gotta keep on moving forward. This is one of the ones where it's like becomes real obvious real fast. Ah, dick, I went too far. Present. Ooh. It's dumb as hell, but it's what we got. Present. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out that possibility. What? If you're saying it's possible, don't make me laugh. And pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Well, you weren't here yesterday. Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep up. And go, go, go! Mr. Elise Stoneman's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Stoneman. Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? He was at Heavenly Hall when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Hell yeah. Nowhere you're free to hide now. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm going to prove it. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Why not start with the sketch? Ah, you can flip it over. Why did Gadot say that? Well, she went under the bridge. Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Run by Louis Donham is... exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right here in this sketch. Whoosh! Okay, fine. I hate how... Ugh. It is what happened. It's just upside down. The whoosh is extra ridiculous. Got it, got it, got it, got it. A complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. Not an art critic, but even I can see that. No, 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 that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurie Stoneman stated it over and over that the sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It's getting interesting. We're back at that finger pointing thing again. Okay, try it. So what exactly contradicts reality as we see it? This. The cord. I mean, the flying, yes, but the suspension cords. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. I will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. There we go, this one. photo of the dusky bridge. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above as guard wires. Wow, I totally did miss that, not gonna lie. On the actual one, jumping just shy of it! The wires are below the guard wires. Gadot, you're the one that pointed it out. Why are you spitting out coffee? I get you're supposed to make it like all dramatic and whatever, but you told me this. The artist just saw it wrong, or he drew it wrong. Either way, it just sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility, but what begs the question is, why did he make a mistake? What's the reason? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come, waited and waited, and he finally laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. I ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. It does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Laurice stoned and witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. I wish I understand things too, Kyle. I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view this sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. Why is it going in that direction, though, actually? It's a bit more confusing. No, it works, because he's viewing it from the other side of it. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Gadot pointed this to me!
Objection.
Why is he so shocked? Cold as the moon? A pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp, there was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? 20 yards across. About that far from... How did the person get across? Sounds about right. The rope is at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. No, you wouldn't! It only been an accident. It doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already ready right in front of them. I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? The bridge was already broken. The rope's right there. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. One of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. They tied the wire around Elise Stoneman's body. That's amazing that it didn't fall! Actually, shockingly amazing it did not fall. It magically flung it too. It's actually such a miracle it did not fall in the middle. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. That's how she was thrown 10 feet. He's the one that showed me this. I don't get why he's freaking out. Wanna focus on his coffee? Impossible after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. Did that really happen? Yeah, she was thrown 10 feet. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. Precisely, let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. Push from this point here. That's a very perfect diagonal. Drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Drop? He must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. Take a look at this autopsy report. Her body fell about 10 feet. I will say I did not see bridge penduluming coming. It makes sense now, but like, Jesus Christ, got sense. Fell about 10 feet. The height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. The crystal sphere was knocked loose. This blood-stained amethyst. Did we not get a blood test on that? Let's save this now. That's too much stuff. Pangolin. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Donim's staff. Even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. It was found. I didn't know it was found there, but it was found there! The very spot where the pendulum would have arrived if given the right amount of speed. Explains your theory. You've provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. Why is it cold? What is this assault that's casually happening? Why does everyone get away with so much assault in a courtroom? This is not some TV judge thing. Dark and bitter guess you made there, Trite. Know about one thing. The aroma! Aw. Deep and profound aroma. Seriously. Sent the body to the other side. There must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Gadot's correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Ah, dick. It should be Iris, honestly. Iris was there, so she didn't make it. Pearl must have actually summoned... Because Pearl was on the island, so she must have successfully summoned Delilah. Delia? What is it? Dahlia, there we go. Who was the person that received the body? On the Hazakura Temple side. Iris. Can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection.
Always sexual. Ray. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? This cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden. She literally couldn't have been there. Have you, Mr. Gadot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. And that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course, using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it is now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Is it Dahlia? What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection.
Are you serious, Trite? This woman is... and it's Dahlia. There's no one else besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now, I get it. Now I know I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin the murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia! Who is she possessing then? Or did she really escape? Hello, Bucksunny. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. The name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. It's Dahlia! 5 years ago. Where you just, like, completely simped for Dahlia as she was this terrible, like, serial killer? Honor's all mine, honor's all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this coach room. What? I love how Gadot's even like, people never die! Wait a moment, how can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. Is she possessing Maya right now? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? If you're going to put things that way, then yes. It has to be Pearl, right? A coincidence like this just happens? Naturally, there was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan was for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m., however, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. You even know what you're saying. This whole channeling of spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. But sure, you found the plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing on the witness stand is the real Iris. What? So there's this new hire? Yes, Trey? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled. I like how he just goes with it. He's like, okay, it's the channeled one. We're already having awkward moments. Well, don't be weird about it. After meeting okay, I need to think. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Well, it's like, if this isn't the real Iris, where the hell is Iris, you know? I think Pearl did actually channel her successfully. Maybe. Find out. It was later that the body would move by pendulum. That's right. That would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to the Hazakura Temple's main hall. They found Iris in her room and arrested her. She's been under police supervision at the detention center. But she was left alone with the locks. He's finally convinced. Seems way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. She was left alone with the locks. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Which places? Like those in anime? What do you mean? What? I need examples, Trey. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we can confirm the witness' identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Iris is in the tunnel. This is Maya. Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, there was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. What I mean is, there was a span of time which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I know you didn't mean to, it wasn't your fault. Was it Gumshoe or was it Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Edgeworth. Oh, the earthquake. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake. The inner temple, this tremor might... How could I have... She fled, she escaped. Went to the inner temple right away. It's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge of what? Be quiet. It's Dahlia. There we go. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, one always ask her for a name and profession. Gadot! She killed you! She killed you! Dahlia Hawthorne, in my current profession, permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. Like, just never mind something. I mean, now I want to know. Now I need to know, you know? I mean, tell me if you want, but still. But this time I'll end it for her and for myself. But that means Dahlia still possessed someone and killed someone, right? Which means they would have to buy into the channeling to not just... Then it technically was Maya, and they'd have to buy into the channeling. It's either Maya or Pearl. The only options are Maya or Pearl. And either they're going to have to be like, I guess people that are possessed can't go to prison. No one goes to prison, I guess, because Dahlia's dead. I'm assuming this is Maya, because Pearl said she failed, and we saw Pearl. And Maya's still missing, and I think Iris is now locked in the chamber. I think Iris successfully took the one lock off. And then Dahlia put the, like, 50 million more on. Should have warned for headphone users to suspense. Sorry, I didn't know it was so loud. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? I need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Technically, her hair color should be her hair color, though. Unless Dahlia always dyed it and this is her natural hair color. Because you just turn into the other person. Like, that's it. That's about the plan. You're loud. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have this blame... Wait. See, this is the thing. Why does Iris go along with this? Her sister is literally the worst. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Gadot is correct. That's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya, could it be true? Those braids, though? That's pretty nice. whole plan began with my death. A stupid... Okay. Faye would have to die. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Does that mean Maya figured it out and channeled Dahlia to stop Dahlia from being able to kill her? Or Misty figured it out and told Maya to channel Dahlia? Because if Pearl... Because if... The point is Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia, right? So if Pearl channeled Dahlia, then Dahlia would kill Maya. So maybe Misty realized and was able to tell Maya to channel Dahlia, making it impossible for Dahlia to kill Maya. But then Misty Faye, like, let herself be stuck with Dahlia then. Executed last month? I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. When did you talk with Morgan Faye? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. Let's discuss the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Faye the master of Crane. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her youngest sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Talking about Pearl Faye, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father. Abandoned. The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Which is again wild. Why did Iris do all these fucking things? The family has all sorts of problems. You mean Iris? Yes, my father married a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The real horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. Yeah, no one could let go of anything. I mean, first of all, I mean, I don't know how the marriage was arranged necessarily, but like Enki could have been very deceptive about it. He only cared about her spiritual power, right? And so he only married her for the spiritual power. So it's also kind of like, lady, don't marry a man that only cares about you becoming the head of the house. I understand you were all set in place to become the next head of the mastering, of the channeling technique, whatever. So you were like, whatever, I'm gonna be the master. But like, if that's the only reason why the guy is marrying you, maybe don't. I was thinking to quit too, but I don't know now. Quit what? Quit working? And then, oh god, where was my train of rant? So, oh god. And so then, yeah, and then has the two daughters. And then just like... I mean, then she just messed up, because she's like... But did she... I don't remember exactly. Did she just not want the children? He just took the children? It seems like she didn't really give a shit about the children anyway. And then what happened to her new baby's father? Like, who's Pearl's father? Did she just have a father with, like, anyone? Just to create another child to become the master? To contest to be the master? Like, was she just gonna keep popping out children until one was spiritual enough? And then, I don't care why, I don't, like, okay, Dolly's just a whole bucket of awful. I don't get why Iris is like, yeah, I'm gonna get the back of my sister that convinced our father to throw me away, who did it for money, who I also know, like, I also helped with this terrible plan, and if I know anything, I know she made him poison himself. If I then followed the news, found out she killed a whole bunch of people. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Faye. An abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Faye heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams back onto that poor child's back. All because her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Then why did you help, Dahlia? If you really wanted to stick it to the mother, leave Misty and Maya alive. I would have died, but why? For our bloodline to succeed, making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would have never agreed to a plan like that. She adores Maya. Yeah, and she's not a... Yes, she's a 9-year-old, but she's not so fucking stupid that she doesn't understand that her mother wanting to place her as the head means Maya has to fucking die. Like, she's aware of the fact that her mother is in jail. She's aware of the fact that her mother did all this, like, accomplice to murder stuff to try and get Pearls to be the new master. So I don't know why Pearls would be like, oh, this note tells me to do all this crazy shit to put us back in place as being the head of the, like, of the channeling technique. That doesn't immediately mean she's gonna, again, try to, like, murder Maya. Adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anything to create her goal, the life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body to finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would have think that it was Iris that had done it. But there was no fucking witnesses, that's stupid as hell. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did she want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's her twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. It's something about the stupid stupid plan that was also awful. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. She's just trapped. She's trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? Yeah, why did you help? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. I had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, I was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you felt, why did you help her carry it out? Why did you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind, gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. Tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction. Dahlia still is a serial killer. Out of her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Obviously it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping, don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I die, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. Just using Morgan to accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. It's revenge for Mia, right? Gotta keep a cool head. Like, I'm gonna get revenge by killing the sister of a woman that's dead. She's already goddamn dead. I just present Mia. I'm gonna turn life on plus. Is there anything else to show? There's nothing else from the case other than Maya, though, right? This is organs from Morgan Faye. Organs from Morgan Faye. Your goal is Mia, right? Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Faye herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You want to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Faye. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she'd made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Faye had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. How do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Faye loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Faye. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. So she might have said her plan succeeded anyway, not because Mia died, but because Misty died, and that would be upsetting to Mia. Just for that, why would you kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Faye. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan, cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. She is Maya! Maya's right there. That night, although Maya should be good enough to expel a spirit from her body, Dahlia, again, does not have strong spiritual power, so it's not like she can force, should not be able to force Maya to keep the body. I materialized in this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was at least Donim who channeled her after all. The ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Faye at the inner temple. Kyla has 9 ads, thanks. I go find another Asian American foreigner. You could always subscribe. Or just get Twitch Prime. Wobbles her old back, holding her old back. That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. No clear memory, I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Faye must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fly with a plastic fork. I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Faye with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the secret cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there. How did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. This is where it gets confusing, right? Because that would mean Maya passed the body. Or Pearl? There's the only people on the island were Donim, and apparently Donim did channel Dahlia for some ungodly, dumb reason. Maybe she found the note and realized what was gonna happen with Pearl. But then why would she channel and not just talk to Pearl? Pearl didn't, like... Again, Pearl can't be forced to channel someone. And then the thing, so it's who swung the pendulum? If that's the case, where somehow they were... OMG, her face is so good. Is it because it's angry? I believe Dahlia, I take her side. Costs too much, that's $5 worth of cola. Anyway. Super bitch face, Kya, I'm in love, oh my god. I was worried I didn't know whether or not Mai Fei was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself. You're tough. So who swung Donim's body? That's the thing that now just makes no sense. If she passed out and clearly switched to Maya, but was locked in the cave, that means... Did Pearl see what happened? No, but clearly... No, she got stabbed. So who did... And so Pearl would have... Maybe Pearl actually took Dahlia. Because Pearl would have tried it at 10 o'clock. She said she failed. Someone swung that body, though, and the only person could have been Maya then. One tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. Couldn't do it, I couldn't get out. Trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. You were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? It wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Someone came into the training hall. It was Pearl. Could it have been Maya? No, it was Pearl. It's the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. I made sure to hide myself at the back of the sacred cavern. Only 2 people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. There goes my lunch tray! Yay! Thank you! What's up with that sigh? What? Should I make the joke now? Don't quit your day job? But anyway, yeah, thank you so much for this subscribe. I managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. The flies had already started to gather? Oh. We started the investigation. Why is the message deleted? Instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. Lady Luck showed up. Showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I don't feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. Succeeded. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fey. You would have assumed that was written in the instructions, but I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back then was Misty Fey, the picture book author. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. Even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit, and that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way! Order, what is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River? Where else? What? Who do you think is channeling you right now, Dahlia? Huh? You're a subscriber now, right? You should be able to use the actual one that's animated. Is it not animated? Why is it not animated? Oh, did I click the wrong one? I clicked the wrong one. Ha! Sweet. I love it. It's actually a hamster to go with the white mouse theme. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt in Who do you think is channeling you, Dahlia? You dumb piece of She threw herself in the Eagle River. Most bodies are lost forever. Streamer doesn't even know her own emotes. I say that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard! Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. Is the sword? What kind of ringtone is that? Get out here. Okay, thanks. We found out the blood? Finish removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cavern. It was Iris. It was the accused sister Iris. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? No one else found in the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. Dahlia, come on. You have a brain. Phoenix, you're not an idiot. Pearl is not channeling anyone. Dahlia's here. Why are you being so goddamn stupid? Come to an end, a tragic end. I hate how it's trying to put this fake ass suspense in. We know someone is channeling Dahlia. We know. Here, I'll get further away. We know someone's channeling Dahlia. For the love of God, so fucking dumb. Was that far enough away? It was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped into— No! It's so stupid! Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever's remaining must be the truth. According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. If Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Is it? Oh, there's rocks, right? Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. Think through the whole thing again. Your neighbor told you to be quiet, I heard them. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? It's gonna be the map, right? Yeah, you can't. Why do we have to refute this claim? Can't we just be like, someone's channeling you right now, Dahlia? It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner side, or inner temple side, is a big rock shelf. You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. No, dick. Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else. Dahlia, you have a brain! Phoenix, you have a brain! Once you eliminate the possible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. The most likely one is literally just right there. Although it still seems improbable, there's one place she could be. What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. The living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Faye is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye. That pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that was channeling you. There was someone who called you before she could. It's Maya! Away, Maya! It's an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. I can't stand the dark. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? No way. How did you change outfits? That's a real question. How could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Oh my god. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing, killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. And then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious? You didn't see it happen, so I don't know where you're pulling this out of. Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world? She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Her mother. Me, of course. What? Oh, Mia? Pearl's here? Mia Fey. It's been a long time. Oh my god, it's a bunch of dead people just yelling at each other in a courtroom. That's what this ending is. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true, it was you. Yes, huh. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair, it's Pearl's, right? I don't know what to say. This is like top tier fuckery. Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. Did Mia take over? I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. Did Mia do it? When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's where Maya decided she needed help. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. I don't get it. Who took her there? Did Elise take her there? Who's moving all these bodies? She explained to me in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. It was Maya who put the lock on there. But why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by Pearls, by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you, I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago, the fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Cherry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It's because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Have that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this, you've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey, you spinster, I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk, and if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True, but I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What did you just say? Whether you're alive, does this mean people believe the channeling yet? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? And you said even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. It's very true, Dahlia, and that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be! There's still some holes. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Well, it is the Japanese justice system. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. She's gonna try and hold on to Maya's body? Would never happen in the Western world. Maya's hair's down. Nick. Sis. I guess she fainted, yeah. Now that I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Gadot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? You asked me, Your Honor. It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. So I don't understand. How did she end up in the cavern? Is it that Mia took her to the cavern? She passed out? No, because she would have had to... She said she woke up in the cavern and then decided to channel Mia. And then how did Elise Donham make sure that she was the one stabbed? Does that mean Maya literally did have to stab her own mother then? Stab Dahlia? As well as the young Pearl Faye were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor, the tragedy of Medium Valley has finally seen to an end, it seems. As for everyone, if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. What is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. I mean, we did watch it all happen, like, IRL. This jury's just murmuring. I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. Judge, you have a brother? It's blonde, Judge. My brother and I used to differ. It's time to pass judgment.
Objection!
Was Iris helping? Yeah, this is not over. This is not, like, there's a lot of loose ends right now. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. She's still an accessory to murder. What do you mean by that, Mr. Gadot? This trial isn't over yet, that's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Oh, it is blonde Judge, that high definition beard, yeah. Genetic beard. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Earl? That's right. The person that ultimately killed the spirit medium. That was ultimately killed was a spirit medium channeling Dahlia. At least Donham, no Misty Faye. But who killed her? I still don't know who did it. This isn't over? No Judge has a blonde beard. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. Court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Someone moved their bodies, right? Someone did stab Elise in the back. And it looks like it was while she was confronting. But who could it be? It's either Pearl, as a child, as a human child, because she was on the island, or Bikini, but Bikini was not there. So it literally would have to be Pearl. No one else is on the island. It says, it makes it clear there's a third party that would have to be Pearl. Does that mean Maya? Maybe Mia took over and stabbed. But then Mia would say, wouldn't she? This court is not prepared. Final witness? Who killed Misty Faye? Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Is it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in the case. Pearl? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. What? Maya? You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well, but first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. The beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. I've literally done it by myself before. We've had Maya kidnapped. Oh, I guess Pearl's been there, but still. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. I met Iris at the training hall. Already switched places. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. It wasn't your fault you were locked up this whole time. I just have this. It's a bunch of seltzer water and vinegar. I can do the whole fishbowl water though, if you'd like. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. You had the same thing happen to you, but you didn't become a murderer, and you got double abandoned by also your sister. Same for you too, wasn't it? At least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me, after you got third abandoned. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? I want to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up... Literally, what could you have done? Dahlia would have just pinned the murder on you. What the hell are you drinking that for? It's lemon sparkling water with a it's berry vinegar, fruit vinegar. And I mixed in some, like, apple cider vinegar with the mother. It's the way to have some bubbly drink that's not just soda. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Things didn't end up in there, of course. Some people suspected my sister was involved in the murder. She was, Iris. Some people? You must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Faye and Diego Armando. His name is awful, but he's still kind of hot. Oh, you can't see him. There. And guess what? It's Gadot. I heard a TikTok, I heard that was a TikTok trend, but bad for teeth, like healthy Coke or something. That's why we have straws. you're poisoning Mr. Armando, who's getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Yeah, Iris, your sister tried to kill a lot of people. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask of you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim Lee Stoneham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after yeah, she's still, like, kind of an accomplice to murder. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Ow, that's real loud. It's so loud. There's a problem, come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Ah! We can't just leave the body here, so you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It still would have been better to just dump her in the river. You know what you could have done? Just, like, dumped her in from that side. Dahlia, you're not that good at this. It was me, I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. Someone picked up the staff off the ground and stabbed Mystic Elise with it, which would have been Dahlia. Stabbed Dahlia with it. I knew it, so the actual murder weapon was the staff. That's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple in the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. What? I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shishishito. What do you mean? You mean Maya Faye? I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. See. Yes, the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Okay. Does she actually like him? Oh, it's true, Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Yeah. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. At least since you're summoning Pearl, or Pearl summoning you, you can talk to her face to face. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really is? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it, all of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. Does that mean Mia did do it then? The real killer, do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her. But still, I think that just maybe I know who was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. Someone that knew about the plan. Hey Mia, how you doing? Oh, there's a person behind those things. There's a person behind this thing I didn't notice. Taki's bad still closed. They're not really for me. Okay. Okay, who would have known? Known the plan from the beginning. Pearl. It still would be Pearl. Right? Pearl knew the plan, she didn't understand how bad it was. But does that mean Pearl killed her aunt? And if, because she's asked, she said, yeah, but she said she had a secret. She did run away and say she had a secret. Maybe she could have panicked and summoned Mia, which, God, I hope so. If not, this 9-year-old had to consciously stab someone. One more thing, the victim was moved to Hazakura Temple's side of the pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. They were stuck in the inner temple side for almost an entire day. With someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. It literally has to be Pearl, which is insane. What exactly did Maya see anyway, and who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was after. So Maya will probably be deceitful because she does not want Pearl to get in trouble, and she will try to protect Pearl. I have to prove it, me all by myself. I think that's the idea, right? Mia and Maya will not help me. They will allow the truth to come out if I figure it out. Well, they'll have to allow the truth to come out if I figure it out, but I think they will not personally vilify Pearl. Before we proceed any further, announce the results of the test we performed. Bloody dagger found in the pine tree. Totally forgot about that. We'll give hints, but I don't think it's Pearl. It's either Pearl or Mia possessed as Pearl, right? Because in theory, Maya's too busy trying not to get stabbed by Dahlia. Dahlia is being channeled. They both lost consciousness, though. So Maya said she lost consciousness. No. Mia said she lost consciousness, but Mia could be covering that fact too. That's why I'm saying it seems crazy. I don't think they would make it Pearl. But who else was there? They're alluding to the fact that it was Pearl because Pearl was stuck on that island all day. And she knew the plan. Iris was not there. It was only Dahlia. Dahlia was too busy being Elise Donim. But again, Donim gets stabbed in the back, but she's going to be facing Maya. She's going to be facing Maya, which means that it almost has to be Pearl. Like, logically, who else is there? And the only way it's not as awful is if Mia channeled Pearl, or Pearl channeled Mia out of a panic. And Mia, like, reacted fast enough to know what to do. And then somehow, like, Mia managed to move Pearl somewhere safe, transform back. And all Pearl remembers seeing is Donim about almost stabbing Maya. Or I guess Dahlia's almost stabbing Maya. I don't even know. What are the results? Was the victim's blood or... Blood test was impossible. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. It wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Whose was it? For both defense and prosecution earlier, this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence for their claims. The witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Please bring in the last witness. Please tell us your name and profession. Maya Faye. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. law offices. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Faye clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Maya, the pain the Faye bloodline causes must be unbearable. Now then, Miss Faye, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder, is that correct?
Objection.
I didn't see. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Don't be a dick, didn't you just say? Pick your head up and speak clearly, there's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. He's like, she's physically weak, let's make this quick. Your mother was killed! You watched it and did nothing! There's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? Oh, is the mother getting killed? Okay. No, I was gonna say, is the mother getting killed also somehow Phoenix's fault? But Gadot already blamed the fact that Maya was gone on Phoenix, even though it literally has nothing to do with him. You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Maya's not gonna have memory of this. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. So Maya was against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head? Must have been the staff. The person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. We're given cross-examination. Hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. I was passing through to spare prep room, which is supposed to start. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. Did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think. Confused? No, I'm sure I didn't see her. Must have come while I was preparing for the training. Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. Your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? It was dark. Let me think for a second. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. It's dark. I could leave her alone. Leave her alone for now. I'll go back if I need to. It's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. You even got some compassion. The spirit that was... Most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise, Donim, Dahlia Hawthorne. What is it, Trey? Please continue with your story? Whatever. After what happened after you were struck on the head? Stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. Two things rolling around in my mind at the time. My name is Maya Faye. 1 + 1 = 2. I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I mean, you did get whacked in the head. What'd you do then? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared of my wits. I would have soiled my robes. He's being very nice to her. So anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Or little Maya really was out of her mind. What do I do? Do I press for more details? My last hope? What's this my last hope stuff? What do you mean by your last hope? No. What do you mean? You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah, but you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh, that's right, I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? That's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. You're absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker was another person? I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things. I want you to add to your testimony. A man, no way. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? Lantern light isn't very bright. There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. We already know it's off. They already light it for always light it for alkalight training. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. I love this new deodorant. What is it? I didn't know what time, but I think it was probably blood. She's saying this was when Miss Donim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer. That's a lot of blood splashing then. I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness. I don't remember. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts, and right now, I'm absolutely sure she's hiding something. It's good natural deodorant. Is it an antiperspirant? Because I need both of those. I know natural deodorant is better than with antiperspirant, but I literally have to use both. Aluminium free. I already know this is wrong. Lantern was not on. There was a man standing behind her attacker? Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donan, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That is why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. It's probably not even in Korea. It's definitely not. There's... Korea has Nivea, whatever, deodorant. And... that is it! This is the one type. Humble? I like Mitchum, for women. But I can't really get it here. I have one stick I brought. On the night of the crime, the stone lantern was not lit. It was out of commission. It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe. Oh my god. Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know— I don't even know. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. I don't know— what side are we even on, Gadot? That's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there's truly no light in the garden, there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. I was in the women's section. I'm like jasmine green tea scent, lavender scent too. A women's deodorant is usually not as strong though. I like Mitchum because it's actually a men's deodorant brand generally, but they make a women's version. That's just less harsh smelling, although still pretty harsh smelling. I need strong boys. Call the witness statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or woman, adult or child, and yet the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw a mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. What in the world does this all mean, Miss Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things you can only wait. The Magatama? There are some things you only see in the dark, Mr. Gadot. You did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed your mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. What could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. The Magatama. Pearl's Magatama. Maya's dead set on protecting the sky. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer. I'm an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. It's Pearl. It's definitely Pearl. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Really can't see in the dark? What? Am I not supposed to say the person? Am I supposed to show the Magatama first? I'll double check real fast, but still definitely Pearl. She would be the only person worth protecting. Ugh. Is it Gadot? But how would Gadot be there? Gadot was missing. Gadot was missing. That'd be super fucking... Is it Gadot? It's fucking Gadot. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? How would you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Just turn off the lights. All the lights being turned off. And all the windows barred. But it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. So he was... Okay, is he stalking the family? Did he figure out the... He would have had to know Dahlia's plan, right? I guess he's hunting Dahlia. Or following Dahlia? Watching Dahlia? Fuck, I don't know. So he didn't show up the first day of court because he was hiding long enough to get off the island. And he was also technically stranded. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. I feel like you've become a person of interest, sir. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gadot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. How about it? What you saw that night? I made another Korean girl like Teeny Ping? What's Teeny Ping? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. So much perjury. Enough where she bought a cake for her B-day? What's Teeny Ping? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What?
Objection.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. If it's worth asking the witness, that's... if it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until after I woke up, but they're pretty good at coming up with lies on the spot. Not perfect ones, but pretty long ones. Korean anime? Teeny Ping? Why do I... Making me search Teeny Ping right now? Teeny Ping. This is... I'm trying so hard not to judge you so much right now, Trey. What, you gonna judge me now? I feel like you found the My Little Pony of Korea. No? This has the animation style of like those Barbie animations. But I do like My Little Pony. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time we got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit and the body was gone. All the snow had been carefully cleaned up too. I'm guessing that's where the blood was? I just assumed it was a man. Magical Madoka it? What's Magical Madoka? Actually, Teeny Ping is like Korea's Miraculous Ladybug. I mildly was... I watched some like videos about the storyline of that because it seemed interesting. I like could not get myself to watch the show. I watch animated things. I couldn't do Ladybug. So it was after the crime took place. But the witness came. But I think at Ladybug there's like some interesting concept stuff. But it's just annoying teenagers, and I feel like I'm too old to deal with so much annoying teenager drama. It's already like annoying trying to watch a show where then people start acting like high schoolers that don't know how people work or conversations. Magical Madoka is Magical Girl Anime. I think one of the manhwas I read references it as like a joke about one of the characters being obsessed with it. See, but this is also like styled like an anime, which I feel like is more forgivable depending on the level of weebiness, which I don't know right away. Oh, yeah, I saw something recently where they're like, "Oh, you're a weeb, total weeb," and then the girl was like, "I'm not a weeb," and then they were like, "Do you have strong opinions on anime?" She's like, "Yes." What? Then you a weeb. I guess that happens when you work as a teacher. You should watch it without looking it up. I don't have time. I don't even have time to watch things I want to watch. It was after the crime took place, the witness came to think the killer was a man. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Gadot said, you're utterly exhausted. If you consider the situation as described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Technically, and technically until we prove Gadot did this, we do sound like insane for being like, it was Gadot! You lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. Only been the killer that carried her, so I think two. The killer carried Maya to the inner temple. Where was Pearl this whole fucking time? By the time I got back into the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? I think so, but why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. He doesn't have enough confidence. Wait, I'm a weeb? A person that just loves anime is not a weeb. That's called an otaku, just like Koreaboo. A Koreaboo is a Korean weeb. Bunch of K-pop posters, albums try to be like Korean. Can't you only be an otaku if you're also Japanese? Or else you're just a weeb? Weeb comes from weeaboo, so obviously Koreaboo is literally the same thing. You do not want to be categorized as a Koreaboo here. It's real uncomfortable. Yeah, Japanese are otakus too. I'm saying, don't you have to be Japanese to be an otaku, or else you're just a weeaboo? Otaku just means you love your hobby. Just like Westerners. Okay, the torches were lit. Well, it seemed to change. I'm going to say that killer lit the torches. Who else could it be? Impossible to cover up work in the dark. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true. It would be hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. But Gadot should be smart enough just to dump the body in the river. Westerners who like to be cowboys? Or American football fans? But we don't call them otakus. That's what I'm saying, is don't you have to be Japanese to be an otaku? Because it's a... like... just the term for having a hobby that you're like kind of obsessed with in your own language. Let me hear about some more of the condition of the crime scene. All cleaned up. Killer cleaned up the snow. Removed unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. A lot of shovels around the inner temple. All really heavy. So he didn't realize Maya was on the statue because he couldn't see with this mask thing. And so that's why he was so shocked when he realized Maya's name was on it, because he thought he cleaned it up. Take snow away. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. The killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. What happened to the bloody snow? Where'd he put it? We need to remove that amount. Could have scooped up just the snow that was, but he couldn't see because it's still Gadot, right? Never saw the killer? Saw a man behind your attacker. Body by pendulum manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Football fans are obsessive with how their teams are not going to make... yeah! A lot of sports fans are, like, wild. It was, like, a comment about how, like, in America, we just have wild sports fans. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? But that was, like, when, oh, gosh, when the World Cup for the soccer was... for soccer was happening, in Korea it was playing at, like, 2, 3 in the morning. And I went to sleep earlier. Then... like at 2 in the morning, Korea won or something by some crazy last minute play. And I just wake up to insane screaming. scared the life out of me. I thought someone was getting murdered. It wasn't like cheering screaming, it was bloody murder screaming. If I was a Karibu in Korea, would I be hunted? You wouldn't be hunted, you'd just be heavily judged. And like a little distanced from foreigners that don't want to be a part of that. But you would also find other Karibus that you could technically be in league with, but some of them are real cringe. But then again, some of my friends are a bit Koreaboo-y, because you can't really avoid it. It's a lot here. It's just like acceptable levels, you know, and labeling themselves. You know, a lot of people here, they don't label themselves as like loving, or being a Koreaboo, they just label themselves as like, I love this K-pop group. Just like you judge my teeny ping, it does look like. I mean, I would judge a brony, so. When you were in the garden, is that right? Dude, I'm Chinese. I'm from the land of judging you immediately. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? I used to judge bronies until you became a brony. Okay, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. The killer. Okay, we looped. I need to press, I think, the second one again, though, actually. Ah, dick. I watched some videos that are actually chill people. I mean, some are strange. I mean, I think some people that like the show are probably fine people. I think identifying as a full brony is, like, starting to lean into it to a intense degree. I don't collect body pills and merch, I just like the show. I've been researching about trans and how they interact towards others. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Why would the killer tamper with it? Must be something they wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake. Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. There's a lot of people there. There's 3 different people there. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. There we go. So that's what I needed to do. Because it kind of hinted like, oh, we should talk first and then come back to this. You did it for your sake? How was Gadot there? I think that's the weirdest fucking part. No, wait. The idea is he knows Dahlia's plan. Why does he know Dahlia's plan? I guess the idea is Dahlia killed him, so he's watching out for the revenge. Like, he knew it might be possible. But then again, him blaming... That means, like, he knew that Maya was safe and was just blaming Phoenix for no reason. But then also that means that he expected Phoenix to be there with absolutely no knowledge. Like, Phoenix does not have the knowledge Gadot has. And, you know, rather than, like... I don't know, maybe present it... Like, if Gadot knew this was gonna happen, he could have told Phoenix. And... maybe other people, and maybe have had enough people in the area watching, preparing for this moment, that no one had to die. It's still a learning process. I don't watch trans friends. I'm trying to learn due to this new world we live in. Don't know much. If the body... Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? If that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Massive Crane killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. still rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? Didn't I already do it? Do I have to press everything again? I think that's the idea, Trey. I would assume. But maybe it is bad to assume, because when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. I was like, I'm gonna train before. I guess I'll press them all again. We already know Gadot. Where's the killer? Oh man. Plus again. I'm gonna have to find a contradiction. Plus again. Two. This one has to be the one I present to. No contradiction though. It's just Gadot. I'll try. Nope. Ah, yeah. That's my name on it. The body of Elise Donin was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. At the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe this was all in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. And what would that be? Did you just what? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gadot. The message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Aya? Did I just Aya? Maybe. You're definitely Chinese. As a cis male, I would like to learn more, but I've been hearing some shady stuff from them. I think it's just... I would say just make friends with whoever you make friends with and then ask them what they personally think and feel and would feel comfortable with. I think trying to please everyone is going to be difficult. You can try your best to navigate it, but different people are upset by different things. And like sometimes no matter what you do, it's just gonna be wrong. I know someone that came out as trans after I stopped knowing them. But when I did know her before she transitioned fully and was like still very much in denial of it and just exploring like makeup and stuff like that, just like it clearly was working through her own stuff, but just decided to like go in on me out of nowhere all of a sudden, basically telling me like she was my boyfriend's friend, but basically going in telling me I've never experienced any hardships in my life. I can't, uh act like I've dealt with anything. Like she was basically like, you've never experienced anything bad in your life. That's why you're a bad person. Just laying into me. Um and then I like told my boyfriend who wasn't there at the time what happened. And he was like, "What? You've had like literally so much shit happen. Anyone that knows you could not say that to you." And I was like, "I know, it was wild." But it was just like they needed to like they were just going through their own thing. And so because they weren't like there at that point and having a lot of internal conflict and stuff, it didn't matter what I did. I was going to get attacked no matter what. And I wasn't, and like, there's nothing I could do to do the right thing. It was just, that person needed to attack me, to attack me. And they probably hate me to this day. Like, we got along after, whatever, because, again, still dating their friend at the time. But, like, to this day, they'll probably be like, she was such an entitled bitch that didn't experience anything bad. Which is just what they're going to think about me. I didn't do anything. That's not true. They don't know me because they never bothered asking. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like, if you have a friend, like, that does go through that transition or is thinking about it, struggling with it, I would just say, you have to see what they're thinking in their own struggle. But sometimes there's nothing you can do, even if you try to do everything right. And you can't really take that to heart. The thing that will suck is sometimes then people they might try to turn people against you, but what can you do? You can just try to be the best you can be, regardless of what they accuse you of, and keep receipts. I'm old enough at this point and have experienced enough that I'm very much like, I keep receipts. My ex-friend in university was basically I talk shit about everyone behind their back, but I pretend like, and then I tell you shit about everyone else that I talk about behind their back. But I pretend like I don't say anything about you. Those people suck, but I don't talk about you behind your back. While they're also talking about you behind their back. So what I did, so she basically tried to turn all of her friends against each other so they'd only trust her and be their friend. So I just started recording shit she said. About other people. And I was like, if you ever try to turn them against me, I will literally just play this. Can be attitudes and videos. Would it be easier for them to get to therapy rather than going with a knife? I mean, yeah, but only one thing I don't like is how kids are being involved. I mean, that's something that unfortunately is difficult for us to get involved in if it's a family matter, which is unfortunate. Hopefully people close to the situation have a better scope of what's going on. I think easier to get therapy rather than going with a knife. And it depends on the person, right? Like some people they go to therapy and still end up making that decision. And I think, doing both and making sure you're at this place where that's what you want for sure is something to explore. Like, I mean, it's a severe surgery for sure, and it shouldn't be done lightly. But I think also I would say are of a certain age and mindset and understanding, and you do see this as the only avenue of being happy, then I can't hate that much on it. You think of people that do cosmetic surgeries, right? They're technically changing their face hypothetically permanently forever, right? But it's sometimes it goes to an unhealthy level, and that's something to address, right? That you, like, maybe that person should go to therapy and see why they want to go to such an extreme. But then there are some people that are, again, you know, like, they are just going to be happier by getting, you know, this procedure done, or, you know, whatever. Like, for myself personally, I would very much want to get a hairline transplant. You can see here, my bang's trying to cover it, but my forehead is, like, really big in terms of my face. And I use bangs to hide it, but it's, like, always been a sore spot of myself. And it's not like something where I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna love my giant 5 head with my flat hair that makes it shine. I have photos where, like, beams of light bounce off my forehead and cover the entire screen like those anime, like, covering boob shines levels of, like, ridiculousness. And styling bangs every day sucks. This is really annoying to keep up with. They need to be cut, like, practically every 3 weeks. And I don't want to do that. So I would really like to have, like, I don't know, curtain bangs, or, like, something simple that can be, like, grown out and not so high maintenance all the time. Or, like, again, just, like, part my hair and let it dry if I'm not running late. I cannot just, like, be like, oh, I don't have time, I'll just brush my hair out and go. No, I look insane. I have to, like, sit there with the dryer every single day fixing it. Buck Sunny, you do not know what my forehead looks like. You just have a big forehead, that's all. But, like, that's the thing. It's, like, something like that I'm seriously considering doing and planning on doing in the future. And there's no amount of, like, therapy or accepting myself that's really going to stop that, because it's part of, like, I know I will feel better. And it's, like, practicality, where it's, like, I will then feel comfortable and have a more convenient life of, like, not feeling like I have to hide my forehead all the time. You know, and it's like a thing where you could be like, tell me it's okay, whatever. But, like, at the end of the day, that's still something that I want. And still something that I'm not going to regret or hate later. Unless I, like, super get some butcher that destroys it. But, like, obviously I will put in the time and money into doing it well. I think that was someone for Maya. Then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh, that went straight into music. Sorry, that was shocking. You're right. I didn't say don't get it against you. Yeah, but I'm just like that's a low level of extremism, you know? Like, even cosmetic-wise, I'm not saying something about, like, nose job or boob jobs, but, like, sometimes people do get that and feel happy getting that. And, like, they're perfectly mentally healthy. It's just, like, that's what they want for themselves. And so I think, again, there is an avenue where if you were at that state. I do think, honestly, as someone that's past 25, that doing stuff like this should really be a past 25 thing, because you can feel your mind really settle down after that point. Not saying that, like, I'm all there necessarily, but I think, like, it is still easier to really understand what you want clearly at that point, you know? Order, Mr. Wright. Isn't it the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? I hate being stupid and having anxiety, nervousness. I'm not saying, like, you're not magically all better, but I think, like, some of that hormonal, like, youth nonsense kind of starts getting out of you, and at least that factor is taken out. To move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. If that's the case, do you have any explanation? You can't fucking see it. Remove the body and remove all the snow, but leave the bloody writing on the lantern. Because it was you, Gadot. We know this. We know he couldn't see it. The writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. I know. Gadot didn't notice it. Prosecutor Gadot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left this bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it. We're gonna save here, because I'm doing good, and I don't want to do these again. When's Gadot gonna shoot lasers from his visor? That doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would have missed something as glaring as that. You're right, there's no way any normal person would. There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether, and who would that be? Gadot! Gal Gadot. Mr. Gadot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Gadot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. More like, I checked the record, right? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Gadot, just admit it. There's certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right, we went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. I did not remember this. This is the apron that delightful Miss Bird's wearing at the time and somehow spilled coffee on it. Something's still bothering Mr. Gadot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain? What would that be? I did not notice that actually at all. The bloodstain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Seems like this is a bit of an issue for your job. It's fine. I mean, yeah, someone could just tell him. It's fine. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? Are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know that's the reason why I don't drink red tea? Or you only drink coffee, that's like your whole personality. Also, red tea is black! Red tea is just black tea, but the color black is not a good connotation. So you don't want to say you're drinking something that's black, you want it, so they changed it to red tea, but the color is still black. I just can't believe Prosecutor Gadot is the murderer. There's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Gadot, the defense this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Lee Donim, formerly known as Misty Faye. Hard to believe this may be true, however, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in Reddit, Gramps. How did a little graffiti make me into the killer? Is it Gadot, or is he also protecting Pearl? It's not like that's my name written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out that area? Why didn't you just take the area? Could it be the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow? How did he even know it was there then? He had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Now with all the lanterns on, not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this? Why did Gadot want to keep on with this? It was fine. We were gonna be fine. Why did you explain this? Can you explain this, Mr. Gadot? Like, clearly Gadot wants to hide something. Wait just a minute. Clearly Gadot wants to hide something, but he's the one that pushed this trial to continue. The judge would have fully just said Iris was not guilty and let that be it. So this is Gadot's own fault this is happening. And if he's the one trying to protect them, it doesn't fucking make sense. Stupid. He literally would have gotten away with it if he just let it go. What is it, witness? Mr. Gadot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. You didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Gadot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. I actually don't. Why would she try so hard to protect Gadot? I guess Gadot's trying to protect her, but why is she trying so hard to protect Gadot? Unless she knows who he is. But then also, I feel like Pearl still was involved because there's still the whole fact that she was on the island this whole time. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. The little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. She looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's where Mr. Gadot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible. Are we gonna be forced to put Pearl on the stand? Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person that she's also hiding something. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. We believe the witness. Let's just move on to the cross-examination if the defense has no objections. Let's get this cross-examination started. We already know Pearlie was lying. Or hiding something. So she does lie. All the fucking time. Where do you think Pearl slept? In the spare prep room next to the training hall. You can't enter the training hall during the Acolyte's training. Why'd she go to the inner temple in the first place? Worried about Maya. She knew the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearl was supposed to be channeling Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donim. Why did Misty channel her? That's the thing that's wild too, is why did Misty do it? I guess to stop Pearl, but how did she know? Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. He found Pearlie and cheered her right up. Oh, dick. Already did this one. Entire temple. Be scared. Back and forth several times. Storage shack, I think. Pearl was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? If it was me, that'd be the first place I would investigate. Someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Yeah, I don't think a small child's necessarily gonna want to go into a shack. Cookie girl, can you move your butt out of the way? Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? Why would she stay in the prep room? If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the— Don't put your ass on my dumplings! Do you know what my uncle— his bill for what? Expensive California? Pearl said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep and woke up a bunch of times. One friend at the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, was busy battling the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, but she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. Cookie, your ass is too close to my dumplings. Gas, not Hass? Oh, okay. Sure. My gas bill was like $60 for heating. from the winter. Normally it's like not that much. $8. 500! Jesus Christmas Christ. What happened? Wait. Okay. I don't cook with gas either. Ours is on 15. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? Your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Gadot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? He is right. What you heard from someone else is not admissible as testimony. Those were your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. What do you have to say, Mr. Gadot? We could put him on the witness stand. I'm hoping to leave this expensive country soon. Didn't you already say you were not chill into going to Korea? Hot nights and even hotter coffee, that's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I would have never visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. It's going to be like 2K average. Yeah, it's rough. You should get her up. As Prilly said, he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousins, Mr. Gadot. Oh my god. Coffee addict. Sorry, my mouth could not speak for a second. You're making me blush. The truth is there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the gardens with fine-tooth combs. I decided to carry out an investigation of my own way, Gadot style. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Phoenix style. Gadot's investigation. Did miss the bloody writing. Well, I didn't miss it. Speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was that the beauty training hall. Misty Faye, naturally, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Of the gravy. I just found his Peru, weak spot. Where was Gadot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Please Stone him. I only pay electricity and gas bill, but it's... It just hurt to see my mother and sister still struggling. I wish she could do better. Bring Pearls up. Your Pearls up? When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked was about her cousin Maya Faye. Huddled in the shack with no heat. Asked about you before she said a thing about herself. You weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side. I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. Give her my last cup of coffee? Don't give a 9-year-old coffee. Milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. You got a thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? Where was Gadot when the murder was taking place? I have to prove that he was there. You can't tell who it is. You can't tell who it is. If he's talking about the gravy thing, you can't tell it's Misty. Should I start robbing banks in rich neighborhoods? Probably not. Mr. Gadot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because you just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Mr. Gadot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? I don't think it's gonna be good anymore. Let's make another Amazon but better. Like the website or the forest? Rainforest. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Gadot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look! At the top, there's a crest there. The mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know about the meaning of the mark, then you could guess it was a picture of Misty Faye. True, but Mr. Gadot described what was under the picture like that, clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh, rainforest. Sure, we sipped rainforest. That's much better than most companies. I'm saying, like, another rainforest for the environment. Knew what the crest meant. However, you couldn't have known she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Gadot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Literally, if you had told other people, this whole thing could have been avoided. Gadot is more at fault for letting people die than Phoenix is. Gadot hates Phoenix for not saving anybody. Phoenix had zero knowledge in advance to stop anything. Gadot had all the knowledge of some shit going down, didn't tell anyone to get help. Or stop it from happening, actually, at all. He just stood there and, like, cleaned up the aftermath. Someone died, Gadot. Gadot has a visor, he doesn't care. What is it? This whole theory of yours is all resting on a certain assumption that I knew beforehand that crime was going to be committed. No reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Huh? What did you say? What? It wasn't burned well, but opened once before. It'd be this one. It had been opened before. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they'd already been unsealed. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place in the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Gadot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. When was that? During a visit. A visit. Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned what they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Gadot. Mr. Gadot, you're under fire again! Could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Literally. Gadot is so much more at fault than Phoenix ever could have been. God damn, humans are afraid of the dark. And yet at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Also, he knew this shit was gonna go down. He could have definitely intervened. Way sooner. My friend was asking, what does that mean? It's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped. Like, she would have crossed the bridge. Dahlia would have crossed the bridge as Dahlia. Literally. Ugh. In a conversation during a jail visit where he learned about the hidden plan for a crime, in the Inner Temple waiting for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. That is not true. You were a defense attorney. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Extreme. Still too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Gadot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Gadot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears, let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Mia Fey. I love how it was gonna be a big hit, like, you better fucking know. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Maya Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Mia's technically right there as Pearls, isn't she? Mr. Gadot, is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Gadot, his real name is Diego Armando, isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor, all of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise, but in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's not my fault Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. You can get white hair, but you can't get rid of that goatee. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in that courthouse cafeteria. 6 years ago, right here in that courthouse. In this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. The newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. I mean, Maya should have technically known about Gadot. She could have been there, actually. For someone, I mean, I guess, you know, what, I don't know, the, like, level of the relationship, and it might be weird for the, but still. It might have been nice for her to be like, hi, I know you were dating and in love with my sister. She's dead. And you just escaped a coma. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live, and it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. What were your 2 reasons? You, Trite, huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one that was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. Literally, I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. That's why I became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. You weren't there for that! I guess he just was still in a coma. But Phoenix saved her from that! Whatever the evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Which might have been good to tell her! Would have, like, if Misty channeled her just to make sure... It seems like Misty knew. Right? And so if she channeled Dahlia just so Pearls couldn't do it. But then we know that if Pearl knew what the plan was, she wouldn't have done it. They could have just fucking told her the plan! Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? The king did say something. The master of the crane had great authority. Wields great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always, that's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve is to protect you was, look at her staff. The day the plan was to be carried out was arriving soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye if necessary. Even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. There were so many... Hello, Kirby Bobo. There were so many ways to avoid this. There were so many goddamn ways to avoid this that were way simpler and no one had to die. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop. No, there wasn't! Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel how to what? Talk to her! Guess what? It's literally, like... If Misty was willing to die to save Maya, she could have just been like, hi, I'm your mother. I'm here revealing myself because there's a plan to kill you, Maya. Please make sure Pearl understands that she cannot channel Dahlia. Done! And again, if they needed the backup plan of channeling Dahlia into Maya's body, they could have just locked her up. But even so, they just needed Pearls not to channel. All it was Pearls should not channel Dahlia. If they and Pearls would never have done it if she knew what was happening. So if you told Pearls what was going to happen, she wouldn't have done it. That's it. The mother died for no goddamn reason. Died because everyone was being an overcomplicated idiot. They like tried to go full like Mission Impossible when they could have just gone simple conversation. What are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. You know what Dahlia could have also done is somehow tied herself up and prevented herself, or gone to Iris. Iris was in the building. Dahlia could very much go, Misty could very much have gone to Iris and be like, restrain me somehow, I have to summon Dahlia. There were so many ways to avoid this. Dahlia's not like a superhuman. You could just lock her in a room. As Master of Crane, Misty Faye's powers were supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to do it. Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure that no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, you guys' plan sucked. Like, then she channeled Dahlia and then came anyway. And tried to kill Maya anyway. There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? Only two possible suspects, Maya and Gadot. Please don't. She was stabbed in the back. My sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Gadot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia and me too. I know that. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. I mean, again, does literally protecting someone else that's about to get murdered, like, they were talking about self-defense earlier, but does that just mean Gadot is still gonna get killed for, like, goddamn. It's like, you either die or don't die. Those are the two options. You did anything bad, you die. You save someone's life by killing someone else, you die. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. What happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. The red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dolly collapsed and I lost consciousness. Don't remember seeing them, sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. I got a dang Adderall. How close are you to the end? Pretty close! Things break, try even the best of theories. Who was it who was the stabbed Misty Fate? Looks like you still can't prove it. It was one stab wound, so you can't say that she secretly stabbed again. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell if they were from Gadot's mask. Just after that, you turned toward the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Gadot's mask? I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. I should remember the details. Probably Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. I just heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon, is that right? Your situation. The victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? How do you know that? You're right, I didn't exactly see it, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. What'd you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could barely make out their shadows in the dark. I had no idea what to do. Do you still see the red lights? I think so, but the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? I didn't see them at all. The red lights were coming from Gadot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right? Maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. Woman scream. When the red lights went out? The scream that you heard then was Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. The scream came from the killer? Gotta be it. Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. Then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? The killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. But that wouldn't be from the back. Contradiction. Create enormous contradiction. Oh. She's still... I'm pretty sure she's still, again, still only stabbed once. Also, but from stabbing back. Oh, like, maybe there were more, I guess. But again, it says she finished it from the front, and that doesn't make sense. Remember the testimony she gave before the killer let out a scream. It had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream was... Must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer. It'd have to be the short knife. Not the sword. Dahlia Hawthorne had only been stabbed in the back with a staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? This knife. Not the victim's. Actually, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Forgot about that. This dagger was found in this crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Found it this morning, brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. We know it's not. Have you forgotten the blood has already been tested? Since we learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Under the mask? The blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Mr. Gadot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. It's the end. Have I done it? Even he won't change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. But you still have a cut on your body. The killer was wounded. Wait a minute, what's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Gadot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? I mean, he can change clothes. Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. Yeah, but Gadot just reappeared. He could still, like, go home and change. Already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Whatever. Maybe he brought change clothes with him. No. No one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Took off his clothes before he was naked! That's impossible. You know how cold it gets up there? Maybe frozen solid. Well, apparently Maya was fine without pants, so anything's possible. If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here, she's right here. Mr. Gadot being the killer. It's just under the mask. Just take off the mask. Isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? If there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Unlimited penalty! I don't know exactly what the evidence is gonna be. It's just under the mask. You're trying to pressure me, Mr. Gadot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, trite. It's simple. You've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Yes, Phoenix lawyers gotta prove things. One thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examinations, the killer was wounded, and that was proven by the blood on the dagger. We said it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. Blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? Is it different angle? I don't need to think about why there were no blood stains on his clothing. We need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, try it. Let's see what we got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? How do I prove it's his face? How do I prove it's his face? Profile's fine? Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. You'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? Isn't Pearl still channeling her? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Can I, like, see a picture of his face and click on it? Why is Mia enormous compared to Phoenix? It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer lets out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gadot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. I feel bad making him take it off, though. Is it for sight? Like, oh! Is this your 14th copy? Doesn't mean Gadot's gonna die for this? Because that sucks. That's apparently how the court works here. I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. Yeah, you were a dumb piece of shit then. It was so painful to do. While I was sleeping, you let Mia die. Did he just Batman you? I forgot I had this stream on. What? You haven't even been gone that long. His mask exploded and he had a second one underneath. He didn't have a second one underneath. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you, that's what I thought. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive Was myself. Bum bum bum. Was me. Yeah, maybe don't like drink coffee with murder. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I know I have an earbud in too, so I'm just so into MapleStory right now. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. You saved Maya. That was my plan. Up until just now anyway. What do you mean? Throw her under the bus. Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I think I was just trying to salvage what was left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make... Yeah, he admits the fact that it was a dumbass plan and that no one had... Misty did not have to die. And it sucks so hard that she's dead. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. No, he's still kind of fucking right. Was it really for Maya? What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty, Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade like it was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I didn't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion of fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Gadot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh god! Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Ah, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. The cut is there? Yeah, we know. Jesus Christ. These must be my tears. Let's not have you cry blood. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Ah, you don't cry till it's over, right? It's over. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the bodies and the crime scene is a serious offense in and of itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? There's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. It's a very dramatic. It's the last one. And it's technically wrapping up the whole trilogy. I just remembered, weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Almost poisoned. Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. That you were a goddamn moron. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Yeah, he was... Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Guess it was Iris? You only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this Wright courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. It just can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean? That's right, I lied to you for 8 months. I mean, Iris is a better person, I guess. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. That's why you... My sister, from the very beginning, she was prepared for the worst. You thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. Literally could have just gotten another copy and switched it out somehow. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris, after spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. I guess that makes his idiocy a little better, right? Because he's like, was not convinced the person he dated could have done something like that. Which is true. He was dating Iris, technically. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Yeah, can you get your face wound checked out a little bit? Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Oh my god! Yeah, I think you're right. What a bunch of dorks. It's bath time. Gadot and his force hold over cups of coffee. Rule on the murder of victim Elise Donim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand your honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Bum, yay! Court is now adjourned. Hey, guess what time it is? It's rewind time! Guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. God, they literally just always use pearls so that Mia's tits can be out. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. With that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal, thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya, I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do. This is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. It's time to get groomed? What? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Why? Franziska! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Is everyone in love with me now, actually? Like, the way it feels. We have Edgeworth. Franziska is now somewhat interested in me for some reason. There's always, like, jokes about Maya being into me. And now we have Iris into me as well. I somehow have created a whole harem. Just in the last case. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Phoenix became a harem protagonist. It's all at once though. Like there's always the canonic, like there's always like the haha Maya whatever, right? And then the Edgeworth, like, you know, soulmates for life. But the Iris and oh, who's the other person? I literally just forgot. I guess don't feel better than that. Edgeworth and Franziska thing just got put in this. Yeah. They just got pushed in this last one. I shaved my face even though I have no hair. Go for it. Have actually been helping me. Helping you. If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, then they would have had to postpone. The defense wouldn't have gone anywhere. They would have had to postpone a day, which is probably fine. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled up over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too, Franziska. I don't suppose... Oh my god. Have you ever stuck your toe in the tub water thingy? What do you mean? Like a foot washer thing? There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Larry! What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good. No. Oh, yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Wow, that's the nicest thing she said at all. Like you promise? You're going to be a model? Don't get carried away. I'm supposed to show him something, right? I know what to show him, but still. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good, if you ask me. I haven't seen her around. Made a beeline for Maya. Yeah, technically. I'll go look for her. Be right back. Technically, I should have seen her immediately after Mia changed back. Hey, Pearly. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. To be honest, I can't understand it either. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. I think I'm starting to understand too. And tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Faye being the 9-year-old child? Pearl Faye. The poor kid, after all. The reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's all for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, that's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Jeez, butts. The thingy where the water comes out from? Oh, like the spout? I don't like baths. Von Karma looks like Eula. That's been said so many times. By probably still you, Trey. Cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. So this is where you all were. Wow, it's like we were almost in court or something. Sorry about that, Scruffy. My web just seems to have a mind of its own. Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats to your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary is just sort of... How? What is your salary? First class French restaurant? No. No! First class French restaurant, you don't mean? Très bien. Where else? We're doomed. Let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. Forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. Am I taking a long time to look for Pearl? Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? Why, like, as soon as Mia turned back into Pearl, we should have had an eye on her. Goddamn. I'm back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one is hurt. Isn't it like 2 hours away? Badly hurt by this incident. Feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. None of this was her fault. What should I do? She might be at the loser shack. Did you guys go on ahead? I'll join you once we find pearls. We'll definitely be there. I wouldn't miss it for the world. We'll go on ahead. Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think Pearl might have gone to. Loser shack? Asgard Temple. It's where this whole incident started. Go back again so soon. Bikini! Sister Bikini! I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Maya! The hanging scroll! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearl's. Mystic Maya! Pearly, why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault, Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault, you didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true, the only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Mono, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya, I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini! Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you that what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Coraine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. I don't think your daughter cares. I literally don't think your daughter cares. I think your daughter would have preferred to have a mother for the past 16 years. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. You had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman, the thing that Misty kept by her heart that would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's... Photo? Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is we fight for others, but who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Yeah, it's gonna be a picture of them together. Oh, she was the one that originally broke it? Even when the battle is over, it's the bonds that connect us. And the bonds that connect us are severed. We always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. I still think, like, Mia went through some rough shit. Maya went through some rough shit. And, like, the mother could have been there. I don't get the, like, I get the, like, whatever, I'm always watching over them technically. Although technically, she had no idea what was gonna go on. Maya would have died and she would have just not been there. Like, Gadot was the one that had to figure it out and was watching over. The mother was technically just hiding in shame from her children that very much would have rather have had a mother there than have her disappear for 17 years for something that they know, like, wasn't her fault. It wasn't that bad, you know? Like, I get it. Oh, it's embarrassing, whatever. Yeah, take care of your kids. It seems like the mother was too focused on loss. Yeah, that's the point though, right? I can't face my kids with the loss of my honor. No, they're your children. Maya was 2. She don't give a shit. She would rather have her mother. I gotta play these. Shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. She should be the master now. Her mother died. Kids definitely don't have a full grasp on the concept of honor too. Like you said, they wouldn't care. Yeah. Well, again, having your parents there is more important. They're like, yeah, again. And again, it was like, I get it. It's embarrassing. But also, like, understandable, you know? The guy, the whole reason it failed was because the guy was unconscious, so he just didn't know. But he acted like he knew. And that's what screwed everything. So it wasn't even technically her fault. She just said what the dead person said. And they took that with face value without questioning, did he really see it? Was he really conscious for his death? That everyone was unconscious for? I'll make sure to prepare reservations. We're gonna have a great feast today because I missed it. Okay, let's just go. What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? You're gonna train alongside us? No! Pass! No spiritual powers. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Honestly, I don't ship Maya and Phoenix really that much at all. She still acts like a child, which could be the mother absence issue. Like, she still acts real annoying. I know Phoenix is sometimes an idiot, but he feels like an adult idiot where she still feels like, again, we met her when she was 17. She still feels very like a high school child, and it is very uncomfortable to pair them together. I would prefer Iris and Phoenix over Maya and Phoenix, honestly. I would prefer Francisca and Phoenix if she became a good person and stopped the whip thing over Maya and Phoenix. Like, her role is usually as like a mildly annoying sidekick in most of these games. And she does not feel like relationship age or mentality. Even though I haven't dabbled in the series, I know Phoenix and Maya are often paired. Well, the whole thing is always like, you're her boyfriend, right? I'm like, she's 17. Huh? And acts like she's 15. Like a mature 15. It's not great. Or sorry, an immature 15. Immature 15. Maybe like a mature 12. That's weird. How old is Phoenix even? We can check. They met when he was 24 and she was 17. She's 19 now. Does not have Phoenix in here? Phoenix is the same age as Miles, because they went to school together. Miles is 26. So he's 26, but they met 2 years ago, so he was 24, she was 17. Oh yeah, Francisco's also too young. That's right. Just kidding. But at least she mentally feels more like an adult. Again, the whippy thing is ridiculous, and she needs to get over that if I would ever ship that. Like, assaulting people constantly is not great. But also, she's very intelligent, has her own job, and doesn't act like a child, except for the whipping thing. The whipping thing is a problem. I mean, again, Miles and Phoenix, canon, absolutely. Iris, I think, is fine. Iris is close to his age. And, like, obviously she's got her own things to work through, but she seems like a fine person. Francisca's age is under your cam? Oh, I said 19. Same as Maya. 19. Yeah. But, like, if I had to rank it, I'd still rank Francisca over Maya because she at least feels more like an adult. Mentally. And I get the whole, like, she's being strong now, whatever thing. But, like, you don't feel that when you're going through the game. Yeah, she definitely acts older, at least. And again, mentally is older, right? Like, has a full career at this point. I love this part. Can't wait to hear it. Well, then here goes nothing.
Objection!
What? I wanted the, like, group shot photo at Très Bien. Oh, what? I'll really have to work extra hard. Master of Korean and... Okay. I'm not clicking anything. As long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Seems like she is actually physically at risk sometimes, though. I legit always thought everyone in the series was, like, in their late 20s, 30s. No, everyone's hilariously young. That's why, like, you weren't here when I, like, flipped out about it. He's really Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. Making them a secret reservation? Is it sex? Like, what? What are you talking about? Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. Oh yeah, Maggie and Gumshoes. Maggie's older, so it's fine. Their age gap is a little, like, big as well, but whatever. It's fine. It's not that bad. She's an adult. She still does act pretty young, though. But he also acts like a man-child, so, you know, I guess it's fine. Although it's a little bit more concerning at his age. I don't remember how old she is. Great success. I'm gonna see Miss Von Karma. Is the museum still open? Not gonna let me put my underwear on before sweatpants? Not gonna tell me to put underwear on before sweatpants? Do what you want. If you're home, whatever. It's actually technically good not to wear underwear when you're at home in comfortable clothing. Jesse and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. You're still a thief. I guess, yeah. Cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? I missed what it was. Plans to criminals is a kind of side to business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. The characters acting goofy for the comedy. I mean, they make people ridiculous in it, but it's like, it still just makes me not ship them. Thick tea? Oh, stole my lunch money, by the way. Yo, what lunch are you buying for $5 in America? I hate his nose. It really upsets me. I'm just old and in the way. Maybe don't act like you're old and in the way. Grandkids, that's nice. 69, nice. Cried like a baby. Dude, that's nice. Be more like that. I'm cheap, you don't know what I can buy. We have an abundance of work to do. Wenelg. Some of these names are wild. Did someone just sock him in his nose? Goodness. That's the people are wild. But I just thought if they make him that wild, I'm still gonna be uncomfortable with the Phoenix Maya pairing. Also, it's your boss's little sister, which is also kind of sort of weird. You know, I guess it happens, but still. We've made so much money. Because it provides such a nice visual. I think the insane thing is like Mystic Maya or Misty, whatever, like it became this whole like shame. It's the Korean channeling thing is a sham. They physically change into those people. You cannot pretend like that's just a fake thing. They physically change into a dead person. You're just such a respectable man. So sweet of you and everyone to come visit me. I was happy you constantly had your eyes on me. Felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh yeah, Pearls is so annoying in non-bad situations. You feel bad for her because she's a child when bad things happen, but she's real annoying when nothing bad's happening. Now that I know the ages too. I'm convinced they killed Mia just so they could have her be channeled and have her tits out in all games. So you can't have her tits out casually when she's a lawyer, but hey, if she's constantly changing into her siblings that are so tiny that the tits are out, then hey, tits. But it's also not making them dressed up as, you know, Tits McGee all the time. Mia is Phoenix. No. Mia is Phoenix's boss. She's only 2 years older than him. Remember, Maya and Pearl can summon the dead. And then their body physically changes into that person, right? So their clothes are tiny compared to Mia's giant tits, so her tits are always hanging out. I'm convinced they killed her in the first game so they could have an excuse to have tits out. I love all the objections. Fucking old bag. I don't care about you. Suck, actively. I love that though. Stupid gun. Finally found something I love to do. Franzie's whip trips. Sounds like you're just gonna do a lot of whippets. Good portrait artist? I thought we were just gonna show him that he helped us solve the case. But that's also the weird thing too, right? They make, look at how small she is too. They make her so tiny. Because they need her clothes to be small for Mia to bust out of them. Gadot's not dead. Why are they putting him with the dead people? Did they kill him? Did they kill Gadot for literally stopping Maya from getting murdered? God, what is Japanese law? Past being true. I mean, I heard that if you're considered guilty in Japan, even if you didn't do it, you're fucked. You're guilty now. It doesn't matter, true or false. Yeah, they think you did it, you did it. Fan service and all that. I did not mind Gadot. Honestly, as a rival, before he started blaming Phoenix for everything, he was very tolerable. Like, he was fine. He just talked about coffee way too much. Let me see if I can move this to the front then. Yeah, oh, it's almost 4 in the morning. I overstreamed because I knew the game was ending soon. I didn't think I probably could have split that up into, NK NNM, thank you for the follow. I probably could have split that up into 2 streams, honestly, but I had no idea of like how long the ending would take. So it would have sucked if I stopped after like 2.5 hours, 3 hours today, and then finished the game in like 20 minutes or something next week. But I probably could have been. We had at least an hour and a half after that. Yeah, you only have a little bit left. Yeah, which is why I just finished it. But it is very late, and I need to sleep now. Enjoyed lurking, love these story games. Thank you for lurking, Spycheck. Thank you for stopping by. I think you might play Zero Escape non-rig games. If you send it in the Discord, then I don't know what that means. Never do anything bad, never get wrecked by the judicial system. Well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing, Kurbobo. It's like, if they just think you did it, and you're completely innocent, you didn't do anything bad, you're still screwed. Get some wrestling to the stream. Thank you. Of course, the Discord, as always. It's another visual. I don't know if I'm gonna do visual novels for a hot ticket. I'm not gonna lie. My throat is killing me. That's one of the reasons I've been like chugging my drink this whole time. I like the game a lot. I wanted to play the game. I had fun playing the game. Streaming a visual novel is rough. Because I skipped through over a lot of things, and even while skipping through a lot of the talking, my throat's dying after all these streams. And, like, if I was playing by myself, I don't have to read it out loud, right? So, I don't know if I can do, like, a visual novel for a hot ticket. It's a lot. Or, like, maybe a visual novel where they have voice acting, so I can save myself a little bit. That's the nice thing about Genshin, is like they have voice acting stuff over it, although I still skip a lot of it because it's still way too much talking. Going to bed? Yes. Being found guilty of something you didn't commit is probably one of the worst feelings. Can you find me a Korean girl for Valentine's? Trey, what did we say about this? Don't say that shit. It's weird. Oh, it's fully voiced? That's better then. I definitely don't have yellow fever. Oh my god. Voice acting is amazing. Do you have any plans for next Tuesday game? Yeah, voiceover makes it a bit more immersive. I saw Papers, Please was on sale. I'm kind of tempted to do that. I know I'm doing already. Once I finish I did finish Temtem technically. I guess I kind of finished both games. I might start Cyber Sleuth on Mondays, and then I'm tempted because I want to try Papers, Please. I don't know if it's something I would play long term, but I could just try. And it's on sale now. But I also have a big log of just games I haven't played, but I have to go through like what's fun to stream, what's like what do I have that's worth playing. The other I got an ad on YouTube of a Korean girl saying that stuff is weird. The other day, I got an ad on YouTube of a Korean girl saying that stuff is weird on dating apps. Yeah, stuff here is real weird. No, something I was told. I kind of want to make a TikTok about it, YouTube short, whatever, and maybe a whole YouTube video about it. But God, they take so much more planning. I have a bit of a hot take on that because before I came here, I never used Tinder or anything because I was a student and all, so I could meet people in real life, and then I came here and had that proud, like, I'm not going to use a dating app, I'll just meet someone in person. And then I was single for 1.5 years, and then caved and made a Tinder, and it fucking sucks, but you don't really have another choice. But when I started it, I had a lot of, like, honestly, Korean Americans that were like, don't date Korean men are the worst. And like there are some like reasons why that they would say that, which are not true. But I think my hot take on it's not that much of a hot take. It's just Tinder fucking sucks. Like wherever you are. But I think people that come to Korea expect the guy, like based on things like media and like video, TV, drama, whatever, they expect the guys to all be like magically better people. And so I'm like, is it that Korean guys suck, or did you just put your expectations on them that you had no right to do based on like what you saw in media? And because they didn't live up to those higher standards you gave them, then you say they're just the worst, you know? Because it's like, when you talk about Tinder in America, no one's like, Tinder's great, you know? Tinder's like, it's like, oh, guys suck on it, it's hard, you know? So like the expectation's pretty low in American Tinder. And so when it sucks, you're like, okay, I'll try it, maybe have some hope. Oh, it sucks, right? But then in Korea, you have like this expectation that's so much higher. So then instead of dropping like a little, you're like, oh god, it's the worst. It's like, they're all terrible and stuff like that, you know? That's my hot take. Because people complain to me like, oh, Korean guys are worse. I'm like, maybe you are the problem. Because Tinder does suck. And there are problems that are very specific to Korea. But there are problems just with Tinder sucking in general and online dating sucking. No, foreigners expecting too much. Bumble has ugly people in Korea, no offense, but it's very true. It's not a popular dating app here. And, a lot of the people on Bumble. Durumi! It's been too long. Hello. Well, I'm doing hot takes about dating in Korea if you have comments. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. I think it's just online dating sucks. But like a lot of foreign girls that told me don't date Korean guys the worst, like came here with this like K-pop, K-drama, like high expectation of guys compared to like in the States where it's our low expectation already. So that disappointment is like kind of expected, you know, like, okay, it sucks, like I thought it would. And they're like, oh, they're gonna be all beautiful and amazing and want me to be their girlfriend, and then we're gonna get married and be happy and together, and like they're gonna treat me like whatever in the movies or whatever. And so when that fails, they're like, ugh, they're awful, they're the worst, Korean guys are awful. It's like, no, everyone just kind of sucks. And that's what dating is, that's what online dating is like. It's just crawling through a bunch of people that suck until someone sucks less. You date them for a while, see how much they suck, and then if they suck less, then you're good. If they find out they suck secretly just over a longer period of time, then you gotta move on and start the suck cycle again. What age are meaning? Koreans fuck too much, you're a foreigner. Is it true Korean girls expect guys to buy them luxury things? I think no matter, I feel like someone hurt you before. I've dealt through a lot of shit, but that's like a experience of a lot. See, I'm taking a more like medium approach to it though, because everyone deals with the like shit that sucks dating here, and but they just go screw all Korean guys. Where I'm like, you know, my expectation is already like, yeah, this is gonna suck. And I accept that, you know? I'm not gonna swear off of whoever I meet. You know, again, I'm not gonna swear off of one type of person just because someone else from that group sucked, you know? That's right, there are even places where they take your selfies and review them when you create an account. If you don't meet their criteria, you'll be denied entry. Looks is a big thing, for sure. I don't think it's a... But I think we're talking about luxury items. I think in general, like, girls are just gonna appreciate being given something nice. Generally, like, not to a wasteful degree, but like, I think there is more of that idea. Like in Korea, they love fashion, yeah, but clothes are not that expensive. Media poisoning the way we perceive beauty in the norm, yeah. Because, like, there's this whole thing, like, I've dealt with, like, Korean guys being like, I don't date Korean women, they're the worst, blah, 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 stuff like that. But what really always happens is they just don't want to put in any effort. And it's like, okay, well, that's not acceptable to me either. I already went on this rant, like, yesterday. I heard girls there love Gucci and Louis. I mean, there are people everywhere that like Gucci and Louis. They're big name brands. I think there is that more idea, like, there are a lot of working women here now, and it's becoming more of a thing, and so people aren't getting married, having kids, because women want to focus on their careers, and that's, like, a big issue and thing, right? Oh, Big Admiral. Not me, maybe it's just me not liking anything. I mean, I think it's like you might not like Gucci or Louis, but like the idea of you might like something nice, right? Yeah, but you're not talking, but you're just focusing in only on clothes. Whereas you have to broaden your scope on things you like and are interested in and want nice versions of. Something I can point to directly that I know that is reflecting of you, Trey, is your MapleStory skins, right? MapleStory outfits. They're not necessary for the game, and many people would find them unnecessary. You know, why spend money on that? I knew it, of course, but that's my point, right? Is like, if you just say, oh, well, in fashion, I don't care. Well, it's like, okay, well, then someone could just say, well, in games, I don't care. Whereas it really should just be, this is what I like and I'm interested in and would like to have nice things for. You know, again, well, if it's within your means, that's fine. Like, would you be upset then if someone bought you the gacha packs for the new MapleStory stuff? You know? So I think it's hard to be like, I heard this likes this, because I know people that would like it, and it's like, if someone bought me something nice like that, I'd be like, that's a lot of money. But if it wasn't financially burdensome to them to that level, or if it was like something that they were willing to do, I would be happy to receive it. So, but I'm not going to be that person that's like, you have to buy me Gucci, whatever. But I would still appreciate the gesture. So I'm not going to be like, oh, you would buy Gucci for me? Like, I'm not one of those girls. I'm gonna be like, thank you, that's really nice. As long as you didn't spend beyond your means, because obviously I don't want that. I don't care, I'll appreciate anything personally. I know this story. Did I, like me specifically, did I rant on a different time? I rant sometimes. But like every time I've heard from a Korean guy, I don't date Korean women because they're so, like, I think it was like the general thing is something like hard to deal with. It's always just been guys that don't want to like spend time or effort in their relationship. They're like, I just want to do my own things. It's like, okay, then don't seek out a committed relationship if you don't want to be in a committed relationship. They just want like the title. Well, I think another thing, a lot of non-committal people, I've heard from a Korean girl that they're too expensive. I think it's a good thing to have some sort of standard though. I think one thing that I saw people talking about in one of the foreigner group chats, I can't quote it specifically because it's supposed to be like more private than that, but in general, I think there is this thing which I've kind of seen too. Koreans tend to be humble. I think the bad side of that is then sometimes if you're too humble, you get undervalued. So if I say, oh, I'm not really good at this, I'm not this, I'm not really like this sort of thing, then you're actually kind of treated like you're not. Like, there was someone talking about, like, when they were trying to be all humble and nice about it, which is still fairly normal, they got treated much worse in their relationships than when they were saying, like, I am good at this. Then they would get recognized for, oh, you are good at that, sort of thing. This country is a place where flaunting is socially underlining. Are you talking about, like, money? Yeah, there's a thing about, like, but you can't say that's only Korea. I think living in Seoul specifically, you see more of it. But, like, places like New York City, like Soho area, those kind of places, you're gonna see a lot of this stuff as well. And I think there is, like, again, I don't want to generalize, but I think there is still more traditional values here that are more common. But again, you still find this in the US, right? It just, everything depends on where you go. Where, like I'm saying, to backtrack a little, like I was saying, women are working more, working older, getting married later to focus on their careers. So there's this big birth rate problem in Korea. I think people that are also more willing to have kids, and are, like, gonna put in that commitment, know that they kind of have to put their career on hold, and so they do actually want a situation where the husband can provide more. And it's not that abnormal for the wives to be homemakers and just let the husband work, especially in older families, which again is still a thing you see in the US too. And so I would say some part of that being too expensive is also seeking, like, if I'm gonna have kids and kind of put my life on hold and my capabilities of making money, I still would like a partner that could kind of provide for that lifestyle, right? Because I would say a lot of the women that are homemakers and don't work, they're very educated, smart people that could actually easily work in the workforce. They're not like the, like, trophy wives that you necessarily keep at home because they got married specifically to not do anything. Sorry, Hunter, can't be Justin Bieber. Need to work on that. That's the dream. You don't have to be Justin Bieber, though. Like, that's the thing. You can have nice things. In Korea, too, especially, it's not that hard to have, like, some nicer things. Especially with all the sales. Like, I don't have, like, the excessive brand name stuff, but I have, like I got them secondhand, actually. But, like, I have, like, things like Puma shoes that I got, and a pair of, like, and some, like, Nerdy is not a brand in America, but it's like a brand here of clothing, and I have some nerdy clothes that I got on sale, stuff like that. It's more accessible too, so it's not like just necessarily breaking the bank. A perfect harmony between partners. But yeah, so I think that is the idea, is like women here more so now want careers and do want to make their own money, so if they want to put it on pause, it is that, like, obviously I want to find someone that's also educated and smart and can kind of take care of things. But also there is pretty good childcare support here because of the low birth rate, so it allows for kids, but there is so much more focus on working and stuff. But I wouldn't say there's as much of a culture of, I'm just gonna sit at home and do nothing and you just have to make money and spoil me and stuff. That's not what it is. And I think a lot of housewives that are housewives are, their homemakers are very hardworking here, especially. And again, they're gonna be, like, watching the kids a lot. But then again, sometimes the grandparents watch the kids, or sometimes the academies watch the kids, which is where my job comes in. Sit at home and laze. Well, that's the idea, right? Is it's not that they're just sitting home and doing nothing. Because first of all, you're thinking of, when you say, I wish I could do that, sit at home and be lazy, you're thinking of being a basically a single person in a bachelor pad size home and with no kids. And kids that aren't doing anything. Whereas, like, if you're staying at home, you're very much, like, cooking, cleaning pretty constantly, raising the kids a lot. Kids go to a lot of academies and have a lot of, like, sports, instruments, all these other things they need to do that parents are, like, constantly taking their kids to. So you're not just able to, like, sit and laze around. You're usually, like, watching your kids, cleaning the house, you know, preparing food. And there's a lot of, like, panchan, like, I can't say side dishes, but side dishes that have to be prepared, that those take a long time, and then you make, like, big batches of those sort of thing. Yeah, you have responsibilities. Like, there's the TikTok I see a lot with the, like, the audio where it's like if you're with the text, like, if your wife made over $100,000 a year, would you be the stay-at-home partner and let them be the moneymaker? And then you see them being like, playing the music, like, because girls are ballers too, women are ballers too, whatever. And you see them, like, doing the stereotypical, like, white, you know, pampered housewife routine of watching soap operas, hanging out with friends, doing, like, a little vacuuming. And they act like that's the whole day. And it's like, you didn't, again, these people that are doing these TikToks do not have children. And are not cleaning that much. Like, in all these TikToks, they, like, vacuum one spot on the carpet and then, like, do one load of laundry and then they're done. And, like, that's it. I used to just play games and watch anime but also did cleaning and stuff. Yeah, but you still have to, like, that's what I'm saying, is, like, being a housewife and homemaker sort of thing. You have to do all the cooking and cleaning, but you have to do that for many people now, because you're not just doing that for yourself. And then you also have the mess of many people. And again, when you've been around and raised kids, then it's like mess factories, mess germ attention factories. Like, you're always on. Because you can't just be like, I'll just sit and do nothing. Like, no, you gotta be actively engaging. Like, before I was working, I used to play games and watch anime, but also cleaning and stuff. I'm not a housewife. I know you're not a housewife, but your comment was, I want to do that, which was a response to me talking about, being the, like if I'm gonna give up my career and stay at home and watch the kids and be a homemaker sort of thing. And so you're like, oh, I want to do that. And it's like, well, that's, and then immediately saying sit at home and laze. And I was like, well, that's not what's happening. You want infinite money bug? Yeah, of course. So I mean, like, again, if you're like that level of rich, you could probably pay for more housekeepers and babysitters and stuff like that. But I think that's also more of like a white person thing to do. I feel, or not, like more of an American thing too. That's a Chinese thing too, to have a live-in caretaker if you have more money. Whereas like in Korea, I see a lot more of like the people that stay at home doing the work themselves. There's not as much like live-in caretakers. The space in Korea doesn't really allow for it as much either, because in China there's more space. I have family friends that are well off that have just like a bedroom for their housekeeper that lives there basically. But that, you know, takes up space and time, space and money. And there's less space in the apartment to have just like a whole other person living there. I think it's important that money doesn't create a space between you and your children or partner. Oh yeah, I think the situation is for everyone. Like, I know, like a lot of my students, I know that both the parents are working. And so they just can't go home because no one's there to watch them. Or a lot of grandparents will come pick them up because the parents are busy working. I mean, I think that's an idea of it too, right? Like I said, a lot of these moms, even if they're stay-at-home, the ones that are working, the ones that are stay-at-home, they're all very highly educated, able to work, like not like trophy wife, like just there to look good sort of people. They're all still pretty hardworking, and can get in a career field if they wanted to, especially now. But if that's like the level you're at, then also you do want a partner that is at that level too, right? So say you want to buy luxury goods, items, stuff like that, and you have the ability and funds and education and money and stuff. Usually you want to match up with someone that's kind of in that area as well. And I do think there is more of that here of like, you wouldn't really see as much of just like a stay-at-home dad as you would see a stay-at-home mom. Not to say it's impossible, of course. Like, again, don't want to generalize, and everyone's situation is different, but well, in the US, you still really don't see that many stay-at-home dads. It's still like not a thing that's just that common. My friend has a family in the UK with 6-bedroom, but he doesn't want to live there because they want to arrange marriage. Well, that's one of the reasons that it's not a deal for me to live in China either, because my marriage would be much more, it would have to be much more arranged and agreed upon. Like, my mom was like, if you don't live in China, do whatever you want, kind of. Well, no. She does not want me marrying a Korean, actually. But, she's like, if you live in China, I will find you a husband. Like, for long-term sort of thing. Cambodia or UK? Makes sense. I mean, I just always worry about the development for those who feel alienated from their folks. Yeah, well, so that does happen with some of my kids too, and that's something to worry about, and that I would want to be careful about. And what is actually really good about having a mom that's at home is, while that kind of alienates you a bit from maybe one partner, potentially. It depends on how active the parents are when they're actually there and present. I know some of my kids will talk about how either they don't care about their parents that much because they don't see them, or they just love their parents less than their grandparents, who are actually there taking care of them. So, like, I've had one of my kids be like, I like my mom. I love my grandma. No one can give you a wife tray. It's a lot of hard work and compromise. So I'm snacking. I still have dumplings in front of me. You gotta deal with that, man. Now, it shouldn't be too much hard work and compromise to the point where you're just giving everything up. But hey, Alexa, find me a wife, please. It's still gonna be work. It's still gonna be sacrifice, right? And you gotta still be willing to do some of that. It's always like, again, relationships should be give more than you get, but you don't give so much that you feel like you're getting, almost nothing in return. Like, it shouldn't just be you constantly giving, right? Even if I earn 100 million, I can live happily with a bag of tteokbokki without luxury. Yeah, every person's different. There's actually a great tteokbokki place near me, but it's always sometimes open, sometimes closed. It's very upsetting, but it's very good. The best tteokbokki in Korea, I just follow students where they're eating. That's how you find the best in an area, is where the kids gather. Also, because I can't handle spicy well, and they're usually not near the spicy tteokbokki. Just finding a partner for that lifestyle. I mean, I think it's possible. I think Well, I think it's like someone that wants to find a more simple lifestyle, right? Is what you're saying, which is again possible, right? It's not fair to generalize. I think, again, as women, we do like, as much as we want to be like understanding and not like the people that are like, I only care about money. There is this part of wanting to know that your future is stable. That there is that security feeling. That women do want to feel safe. In a relationship, and part of that honestly is money, because you know, with myself now, I can afford my apartment, I can afford my life currently, but there's always that like worrying feeling of like, well, what happens when I need to buy a house? What happens when I have kids? What happens if something happens to me? What happens if I've brain farted. Did I say about housing? Buying a house? Kids? Oh, retirement, right? Like, there's a limit to how long you can work, really. And then you don't want to just have no money saved up for that point, either. And so there's all these things that I constantly worry about now. Yeah, that's a good thought. I mean, we should. Yeah, so it's like, I think... Again, I think doing something like finding someone that likes tteokbokki and like maybe even a more simple lifestyle is fine and possible. But then not also expecting that person to be fine with like not working that hard or like not making that much money, because it might be that they're fine with that lifestyle, but you still have to think about the future. Where it's like, can we maintain this lifestyle? And what happens if we need a bigger place because we have too many kids? You know? You never know if twins are gonna happen. You plan 2 kids, you get a third. Because there are a lot of twins here, honestly. I've taught of quite a few sets of twins. Searching the universe for a wife. I should study abroad if I can make that happen. Would love to learn and understand how it is about other cultures. I highly recommend it, Kirby Bubba. I studied in Hong Kong. It is hard. I would say it wasn't that hard for me, because Hong Kongese people are Chinese-esque. And being raised by my Chinese mother, not raised, existing around my Chinese mother and her Chinese friends and whatever, nothing surprises me. Chinese people are very ratchet. So nothing surprises me. So when I went to Hong Kong, things that were different did not surprise me. I was just like, okay, chill, sounds good. There are some, with studying abroad, there are some like things you're gonna run into that are shocking and different that you're gonna have to get over and be fine with for a short term, right? Whereas like in Korea, my daily life is great, but there are some long-term things I have to worry about living here. And that's like an added level of culture shock, right? Because studying abroad somewhere, being open and accepting and trying to like understand and appreciate the culture while you're there is one thing. And it might be a shock. But then there's an additional shock of like, if you then choose to stay in a different country, of things that are just going to be different that you have to try and accept and adapt to for long term, much longer than just like 3 months, 6 months. It's fascinating to hear what you say about Korean life. I mean, I've been to many different places. Korea, obviously, I've lived in the most. China, I have some adjacent knowledge too, but I'm not going to generalize it as much either. I just know what my family is like, and my family is some very, specifically my aunts are very strong ladies. You know that whole like Chinese stereotype of Chinese wives being very harsh? That's my family. We fit the stereotype. Just like all the wives kicking their husbands' asses. Not physically, just existentially. Good thought, we should. I constantly stress about that too. I had that stress, I'm not even in a relationship. It's just the nature of fearing if I can do enough, yeah. Oh, well, and that's something you can discuss with your partner, too. I can imagine it's part of adapting to different cultures to be shocked. So yeah, so the conclusion I was coming to that is, I was fine, I was not surprised by much, but I know people that had not really left the US or even their town, really, other than university. And my university was Syracuse, so it was in like rural New York, so it's not that shocking for people that live in the US. But I know people that came from there that hated Hong Kong for a good month before they settled in, and then like got used to it and liked it more. Some people still were just accepting it but not loving it. So it is hard. You have to be open to things that you just didn't expect, right? Being a foreigner, you get a lot of forgiveness usually, unless you're acting like a total asshat, and then you're just building a bad stereotype for the other foreigners that come that look like you. That's a really frustrating thing in Korea. Because you could have like a train car full of very nice, quiet, respectable foreigners mixed in, not saying anything, doing anything. You just have one loud asshole foreigner, or two, I guess, because usually talking, and everyone will be like, oh, those dirty foreigners being all loud and obnoxious. And you're like, I'm just here being quiet! Don't hate me for it! I mean, it happens a lot, honestly. It happens in the US too. So, again, I've technically dealt with worse racism in the US. I've dealt with racism in both places, obviously. But I haven't had the police called on me yet in Korea, so that's nice. I've had it happen because of being Chinese in the US. So like, my grandchild's high school friends destroying the floodlights? No. Must be this Chinese girl that's literally never home because she's in university and doesn't give a shit or has had nothing to do with you ever. It's pretty disgusting. Yeah, I lived around a lot of white people because my mom liked suburbs. Suburbs are safer, right? Like, suburbs are like where you want to go. So my mom would try to keep us in the suburbs, but then people would go like, wow, you look different from everyone else here. Your mindset is Bruce Lee? What do you mean Bruce Lee? What I encountered in China was hundreds of belly buttons. Ah! I know what you're talking about! I thought about this somewhat recently. Yeah, summer in China, you're gonna see a lot of Chinese men, old Chinese men, with pot bellies and white wife beaters, just with the whole stomach like flipped up, their whole belly out, like rubbing it sometimes, you know? Everywhere, it's a lot. That's it, you're just gonna see stomachs everywhere. A lot of spitting in Korea though too. There was this one time that there's this group of like boys outside a cafe squatting next to the door while we were my friend and I were leaving, and like everyone's spitting here, so whatever. We've seen ridiculous things happen, but then we hear like a bunch of them like trying to spit, and we're just like in our English just like hi, and like responding to them being like basically like gross, and then just walked away. We've seen on multiple occasions, we've seen Korean people, the Korean guys, somehow businessmen always, spit while they're walking, but like straight down, so the spit ends up accidentally landing right on their shoe. What else? Oh, something I realized, I might try to make a YouTube short about this later. Something I realized was not just a thing that was kind of racist that kids did, but were kids specifically being racist to me when I was little. Backstory of how I learned this. I think I found this out maybe 3 months ago. Gross. I think Akuma was talking about the saying that I didn't know. I asked specifically because I heard references to this saying and I didn't know it. I'm rubber and you're glue. Anything you say to me bounces off and sticks to you, I think, is what it is. I asked him to tell me the whole phrase. Because I've heard the, like, I'm rubber and you're glue. And I was like, I don't know what that means. And he told me the whole thing and was like, yeah, it was really common on playgrounds and stuff. The idea is if you say bad words to me, I'm saying I'm rubber, right? I'm bouncy. The words bounce off of me. But you're glue, you're sticky. So they're going to bounce, the bad words will bounce off of me and stick to you. So I found that, he's like, yeah, that's a really common thing. And I was like, that's weird. And I talked to another friend too that's my age that lived in the Midwest as well. And she was like, yeah, that was really common. You haven't heard that before? Like panza? I don't know. I don't know many sayings, honestly. But I was like, the only childhood playground like saying thing I remember kids showing me all the time, which I thought was the big thing everyone did, which was already kind of racist, but I didn't think about it because I was a child, was the whole, like, I think I've talked about this before, but like the whole, like, the pulling the eyes back and being like Chinese, Japanese, and then like one up, one down, whackanese. I was like, I heard that all the time. I thought that was the big thing kids said on the playground. And both of them were like, we know about it, but it wasn't like said that often. Like, we heard it occasionally, but compared to like I'm rubber, you're glue, not that much at all, right? And then I was like, oh, so everyone was just being racist to me. Like mirror? Panza? Yeah, exactly. That's what the saying is. Which, like, I guess, like, I didn't think about it as a child, because you don't really think about it, but I was the person with the darkest hair there that wasn't either black or Hispanic. Right? Like, in America, there are racial inequalities and differences and everything. But, like, it feels like Americans understand black, at least. They don't understand Asian. And so, like, and I do think there are other Asians in my school, but I was very, like, I didn't think about it, because I didn't think myself to be that different from anyone. I definitely, yeah. No, certain people heard that expression, but they heard it, right? I was seeing it constantly to the point that I thought that was just the big thing. And then as an adult, I'm like, yeah, that was kind of racist, I guess. But I specifically had it done to me all the time. And so I thought everyone had it done to them all the time. And it turns out that is not the case. It's true that also, definitely one of those things kids didn't realize it was offensive. Yeah, but there's definitely not an accident they did it to me all the time. Because I lived in Midwestern Kansas. I did not look like anyone at that school. Although I didn't realize it. I don't look like anyone in the white side of my family. I have the darkest hair on the white side of my family, other than my cousin that's half black. It's I am the only speaker, you just listen and I won't. There was a time on the bus when I was living in Illinois, but still Midwestern, less diverse Illinois part, where I was on a bus, like the school bus, and someone wanted to call to me for some reason, which was shocking because no one was my friend. But in order to call me out of everyone on the whole bus, they yelled, "Hey, girl with the hair!" And everyone looked at me. And I knew it was me. And I didn't know why I knew it was me, but it was me. And everyone knew it was me. So you just like think back to these things. You're like, God damn it. My childhood innocence is ruined. Now that I've thought too hard about things that happened in the past. Oh, I'm still eating some of my dumplings. It's like the whole, landlord story. I don't know who knows here. I don't know. Whatever. It's like things about my mom I realized are kind of messed up now that I'm an adult. Like, as a kid, you just accept that your parents do these things. And then as an adult, you're like, yo, that was kind of messed up. My landlord story, right? I was basically sexually assaulted by, but like, it ended up being battery. It's not like that level. I don't want to sound scary. I got myself out of it. It actually could have been way worse, but I got myself out of it. But it was like the landlord of our house, in the house with just me and him alone. To those that know the reference, I don't know. I don't know if I want to give the whole spiel now. But after that happened, I like a year later, I had to go to court. And I was being prepped for, I was prepped for the court thing, everything. I did a great job, and thank God I did a great job. Because, and I was really proud of how I did, honestly. I was really, like, thank God I did a great job, because we found out if I did not do a great job, my mother was supposed to testify, even though she wasn't there. And the problem with my mother testifying on my behalf was apparently immediately after, not immediately, I would say within the week of this happening to me, she contacted the wife of the landlord and basically said, you need to lower our rent because your husband did this. And for so many years, I was like, yeah, it sounds like something she'd do. That almost ruined the case because they were going to spin it that I was lying just to get cheaper rent for the house, the apartment, the house. It was a house. Like, to get cheaper rent for the house. And I was like, it took me, I think, 6 to 7 years before I was like, that was kind of fucked up. You know, like, and I was a pretty, like, adult by the time this hit me. And I was like, that's technically not okay. My mom almost ruined my, like, criminal case just to ask for cheaper rent for the, like, remaining year we lived there before we moved out. And it, like, I just love how long it took me to realize, like, yo, that was kind of bad. Even hair color. More mild examples. Steven, the emotional damage guy. He does like a lot of shorts about like shit Asian parents do, right? Shit Chinese parents do, whatever. I watch those and I go, is that just a Chinese parent thing? I thought it was just a normal parent thing. Like, because his joke is that it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of messed up and plays it off for comedy. I really like him, yeah. Justified by lowering rental costs. But, like, he's highlighting how ridiculous some of these things are, right? And him highlighting some of them made me go, oh, I did that. Well, my mom did that. Was that not normal? I guess it's normal for Asian kids, but I was like, was that not a thing? Seen his stuff before? Yeah. So, like, one of them was the grocery store that he talked about, and this has happened to me so much as a child, but talking about how you're in the line at the grocery store, and then, like, your mom will be like, go get this one thing, and you're like, but we're in line, and you're about to, like, you're gonna finish before I get back, and they're like, go! And you have to, like, run and, like, panic, look for it, and you're like, oh, God! And then you have to, like, try to run back before taking too long. I've done that. I've done the opposite of that, too, though, which I think I commented in that video, so if you find that short, my comment's in there. Where I was like, I did the reverse of that as well, where my mom would just leave me with the cart as a child with no money, terrified out of my mind. Because once they, like, I can help them check out. Once they're done and waiting for the money, I'm just stuck there. The amount of dirty looks I got from people, like, my mom would just be like, whatever, they'll wait, I guess. The dirty looks I got from other people waiting behind us in line, as I'm just standing there, praying my mom will come within the next minute after this last item has been scanned, because I can't pay. So many times. True. Another thing that, I need to make shorts about this, but I'm worried I'm too white to, like, not sound racist. I'm just probably gonna do, like, shit my Chinese mom does, you know, make it very clear that I experienced it. But, like, you know how if you're at a big supermarket in the US, you can just, like, there's a big parking lot in front. And then, but if you're doing a pickup or something fast, you just park at the front, maybe to drop something off, pick up, whatever. Now, my mom would fully leave me there in the car with it running, usually at night. Where you're not supposed to just leave the car there. It's only for, like, really fast pick up, drop off stuff. Like, you're in a fire lane technically. Just leave me in the car, in the driver's seat. I was like 10. I think between the ages of like 8 to 12, maybe she would do this, and later. But I was old enough that I freaked out less. Actually, 14, I still probably freaked out. Leave me in the driver's seat of the car. And be like, if anyone tells you to move the car, just pull it forward a little bit. I'm like, I'm 10. Who the fuck is letting me drive? No, I didn't think this. Just me is like sweating. Like, God, I hope no one comes. I don't know how to move this car. Like 10 years old. Yeah, but can you imagine any adult goes, hey, you need to move the car, looks in, sees like a 10-year-old, I was a small 10-year-old too, sees like a 10-year-old in there, and goes, yeah, they can drive. No way. In the US, you're not supposed to leave kids at home if they're under 12 and under, I think, or under 12, one of those. Yeah, definitely was left at home. I'm like, good luck, I'm not gonna be here. I wasn't left at home for long, but I was mad left at home. One time when I was 5, coming home from kindergarten, my mom went to her friend's house, even though I had no way to get in the house or have a phone or know where she was. And she straight up just like, let me have a mental breakdown in front of the house before she finally remembered that I existed. I don't remember what happened. I might have even just she was at her friend's house nearby, so I think I actually might have just gone there, like freaking out, sobbing. Or my mom came, one of those. But she just like forgot that someone needed to be home to let me in the house. And I was like 5. Like, my mom doesn't understand age. I don't know if that's an Asian thing or my mom thing. She doesn't understand, like, children can't do what adults can do. Not normal. If a cop or something walked up, I'd be scared shitless, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's apparently a super normal thing, but I feel like it's a super normal thing for, like, Asian parents to do. But, like, I don't think it's, like, the normal thing just in America in general. And his posts have made me realize some of these are not that, like, relatable, but not, you know, relatable to everyone. Like, one great example of my mom not understanding age. I was driving back with her to a house I lived in for 1 year when I was 6. I lived in this house for 1 year when I was 6, then moved away. Yeah, but she still owned it. So I'm, of course, of driving age at this point, and she always just made me drive once I could drive, because then she didn't have to drive. So we drove there, whatever, we had to leave, and my mom's like, okay, drive home. I'm like, can you tell me where to go? And she's like, no. Like, why? I was like, I don't know how to get home. This is like 40-minute drive away. And then I get this huge lecture of like, how could you not know? You lived here, Kyla. How could you not know how to drive from this house to the new house, which is also a route that I've never taken. She's like, you need to make sure you pay attention and watch the road signs so that you understand like where things are. You need to memorize the major roads, whatever. How could you not know this area, Kyla? You lived here. It's like, Mom, how old was I when I lived here? She didn't think about it. I was like, Mom, I was 6. And she was like, oh. That's the closest I can get to a, oh, you're right. I was like, oh. And then just stop talking. I will never get a, you're right. I will get a, you need to stop talking, Kyla. I'm not having this argument with you anymore when I'm winning. And then she just walks away. She'll keep an argument going forever if she's winning. If I'm winning, she'll just go, like, I'm not having this talk with you right now, and leave. The refusal to concede. Let's see. My mom, I'm sure, has said I love you. I can't remember it ever happening. What she has said many times, and I do remember, is, I have to love you. I'm your mother. And I was like, Mom, could you also choose to love me because you love me? And she's like, I have to love you because I'm your mother. Like, thanks. That's not I love you. That's you are an obligation. But that's the best I get, honestly. I mean, I'm sure if I called her and I'd be like, Mom, I love you. She'd be like, well, first she'd be like, what do you want? And then she'd be like, eventually probably like, I love you too, right? I do think there's truth that harder parents do have the same amount of love, even if they don't always show it. Yeah, well, no, my mom's been through some shit. Like, if you hear my mom's backstory stuff, she's been through some shit. So, like, I understand where she's coming from. But it's not fun to deal with, nor is it healthy. Because my mom hates kids, and she had 2. But who were we kidding, though? She had 1 kid. Well, she had both. But, she was like, with my little sister, she's like, you're 10, Kyla. You wanted a sister. Here you go. It's yours now. I was like, cool. I raised my sister until she was about 5 or 6. Until my, yeah. And then, well, sorry. I exclusively raised my sister until she was about 5 or 6. Then, after the divorce, we got to share some custody with her father, who had to learn how to raise her as well, because then he couldn't just have me do it. So now my sister's an asshole. But spoiler alert, everyone in my family's an asshole. No, not everyone in my family. But, like, my mom's an asshole, her dad's an asshole, and I'm an asshole, so she's kind of doomed. She's a massive asshole. And my mom's like, why is she so rude? I was like, maybe because we're all mean people. Not mean, but very blunt. My mom keeps calling me. She told me I got skinnier. I will say my face has gone to her for some reason, but I did not lose weight. I'm the heaviest I've ever been. But she was like, Kyla, did you lose weight? Your face looks so bad. I was like, thanks. Happy New Year, by the way. This is for New Year's. True family, I have one too. Yeah. I have like so many of these. That's why I should make it. But like the style of doing it now is to do the like Chinese accent. But my mom's worked really hard not to make herself have that bad of a Chinese accent. And so like I would have to give her a faker, like if I pretended to be my mom, I'd have to give her a faker Chinese accent than what she really has, which seems not great. I'm also tempted to, if I'm in the US, just ask my mom advice for things and see what BS she says. Not BS, but like see what insane shit she says. I went to sleep and woke up again. You're still streaming. Yeah. We're gonna have to tune off real soon. We're in the like talking about shit phase. Imagine you have 3 brothers and you are male too. At that point, it just sounds like you have replacements if you suck too hard, but somehow you'll still be told that you're not good enough. I'm an optimist. But maybe she meant it out of worry. I was gonna ask, do you have to work? I don't have to work in the morning because I work in the afternoon, which is why I'm able to stream these times. I do have to go to the doctor in the morning though, which is, it's fine. My appointment's at like 11, so I have to just wake up at like 10:30, which actually, doing the math now, I should really go sleep. Yeah. But yeah, like, I'm tempted to ask her for advice on things, like, specifically, like, what kind of man I should marry, because my mom always says some crazy shit, like, how she can have Chinese men pay for my hand in marriage for American citizenship, or she'll be like, the man needs to give you all his money, and, like, be your slave, and also, like, all these completely unacceptable things. Definitely gotta get some rest. Yeah, sounds good. Alright, we're gonna officially have to end it. But yeah, of course, if you have any follow-up questions, it'll be in the Discord. I do need to contemplate just making some of these rants into YouTube shorts, because I need to keep up on content. But again, I'm still worried I'm too visually white. Nice talk, thank you. You should. Tell your mom you don't need to marry a man for that. Nice chatting though. Yeah. Well, that's why I stay on for like an extra hour. This is fun to do. I like telling these stories too because they're just funny at this point to me. It doesn't matter. I'm an adult, so it's like. And again, I didn't realize they're messed up until an adult. Doesn't matter anymore. Just be an e-girl Twitch streamer and men will give you all the money. I don't have big enough boobs for that, Nebu. It's the sad fact of life. That's the best part of growing up. We realized, wow, shit was crazy, but yeah. Taylor Tomlinson, I like her as a comedian. She talked about that. She's like, you don't realize the shit your parents did was messed up until you go to university and you're like, oh, no one else did that? It's just me? That wasn't normal? Oh. Yeah, but at that point you're like, it's too late now. I'm not gonna buy fake boobs, okay? Just like shake, like get the ones that are really bouncy and just like rotate them. Alright, anyway, thank you so much to everyone that came and hung out. I do need to definitely sign off. And take a hot sleep. Of course, we can always continue the conversation in the Discord. I'll be going to the doctor tomorrow, so I'll actually have some time to just like sit and hang out for a little bit then too. And respond to anything. But yeah, hopefully I can take some inspiration. I want to figure out what format I want to do it in. Because I cannot do the Chinese accent. First of all, I'll just do it badly. And second of all, I think people will not accept the level of Asian that my face is versus white as being acceptable enough. Because white people. Good stream, get some rest. Thank you for the chatting too. Of course, thank you. Thank you, Kirby. Thank you, Nebu, for checking back in. And thank you, Durumi. It's been too long. And yeah, and thank you to anyone else. I know not everyone's in the chat necessarily. There might be just here for the ride. But if any of it was entertaining, that was the purpose, right? I am beyond the past of letting it be upsetting. I don't even know if it's upsetting to me. It's just like things that happen that I was just like, this is normal for me. What am I doing? No sleep? Yeah, you're in Korea too. You're really up late. I know I'm live late, but my schedule kind of allows me to be. You gotta go to bed. All right. Yes, I already posted the Discord, so I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back with TFT. I don't know if Akuma will be here necessarily. I think he is tired of me being not in gold. No, I'm in gold now. I think he's tired of me not being a high enough rank. So he might just let me like try to rank up a little bit on my own. So of course I can always talk a lot during those streams as well. Anyway, if it is morning for you, good morning. If it is night, good night. Have a great day. And I will see. Yeah, they have. They will settle down if I sleep. They actually do sleep with me. Although I sleep through everything, so if they have zoomies in the middle of the night, I don't notice. Yeah. Have a great day, and I will see you next time. Bye!